Good evening, and welcome back to Timeless Whispers. Tonight we step into one of the world's most ancient and enduring civilizations, China. Across thousands of years, its story records not only dynasties and rulers, but rivers and soil, inventions and philosophies, struggle and renewal. From the earliest footprints pressed into the fertile banks of the Yellow River to the crowded skylines of today, China's past forms a single continuous thread spun from myth, memory, and survival. It is a tale that shaped Asia, touched the wider world, and still moves through the quiet rhythms of daily life. Before we travel further, allow this brief pause. Before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy what we share here. While you are with us, post your location and the local time in the comments. It is always a pleasure to know from where and when you are listening. Now dim the lights, perhaps turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let us ease into tonight's journey together. The story of China begins not with emperors or palaces, but with hunters and gatherers. Archaeological evidence shows that around 2.5 million years ago, early hominins already moved through East Asia near modern Beijing. Traces of Homo erectus reach back as far as 750,000 years. Stone tools, charred bones, and remains of ancient fire pits survive, revealing adaptation to the harsh winters of northern Asia. These early people were not yet Chinese in culture, yet they laid the biological and environmental foundation for all that followed. As the Ice Age receded around 10,000 BCE, rivers such as the Yangtze and the Yellow offered fertile corridors for settlement. Warmer climates allowed wild grains and millet to flourish, and people began to cultivate them. Huts with thatched roofs appeared. Families stored food against later seasons. This fragile but vital step marked the true beginning of agriculture. Daily life remained perilous. Exposure, disease, and sudden floods could end lives without warning. It is a simple truth that most of us, shaped by the modern world, would struggle to survive even a few nights in that earlier time. By 7000 BCE, people along the Yellow River ground millet into flour, stored it in clay jars, and painted red designs on their pottery. In the south along the Yangtze, rice cultivation spread across wetlands. Families raised pigs and dogs, wove baskets, and placed tools and ornaments with the dead. These gestures spoke of survival and of an early concern for ritual and meaning. Over time, scattered hamlets grew into broader cultures. One of the earliest, the Yangshao, flourished between roughly 5000 and 3000 BCE across the Central Plains. They built semi-subterranean homes, dug communal storage pits, and lived by the seasonal rhythms of farming. Pottery adorned with swirls, fish, and geometric forms reveals both artistry and the first stirrings of symbolic thought. Later, the Longshan culture, around 3900 BCE, developed further east. Their black pottery was so fine it appeared almost translucent. Settlements grew larger and were surrounded by rammed earth walls. These fortifications, together with evidence of weapons, show a society becoming more stratified and prepared for organized conflict. Leadership was shifting from loose kin groups toward clearer hierarchies. The Yellow River shaped every aspect of life. Its floods could destroy entire villages in hours, yet the same floods left fertile silt that sustained crops. This duality, destructive yet nourishing, became a deep theme in later Chinese philosophy, which learned to value balance, harmony, and resilience before shifting fortune. By 2000 BCE, village life had matured into larger, more complex societies. Bronze metallurgy began to appear. Jade ornaments traveled across regions. Oral traditions preserved memories of ancient leaders. Chinese legends speak of sage kings Yao, Shun, and Yu the Great, remembered not only for rule, but for moral character and the ability to tame floods. Whether these figures lived exactly as told remains uncertain. Yet they embody a lasting cultural conviction. True leadership required virtue and ritual, not strength alone. From these stories and material remains, the idea of the Xia dynasty emerges. Traditionally dated around 2100 to 1600 BCE, the Xia is remembered as China's first dynasty. Archaeology offers clues, but not final certainty. Sites such as Erlitou with palatial buildings and early bronze workshops may reflect this era. Whether the Xia was a fully historical political entity or partly legendary, it marks the symbolic passage from prehistory into recorded history. Thus, at the close of this first chapter, we stand in the Yellow River Valley during the early Bronze Age. Communities have grown from scattered huts into fortified towns. Agriculture sustains families. Ritual defines meaning, and myths shape memory. The earliest outlines of Chinese civilization take form. A people bound to land and river, tempered by hardship, already reaching toward a continuity that would last thousands of years. Neolithic village life continued to deepen. The age that followed the retreat of the ice in China brought more than warmer seasons. It carried the profound shift from wandering survival to settled life across the valleys of the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze in the south. Small clusters of humans began to root themselves into the soil. They were no longer only hunters following herds or gatherers collecting wild fruits. They were farmers, builders, and ritual makers. These communities of the Neolithic period, stretching from around 10,000 BCE to 2000 BCE, formed the base upon which the grand edifice of Chinese civilization would one day stand. The Yellow River region, with its deep loess soils, offered a canvas for early agriculture. The earth was soft, easily worked with polished stone tools, and its floods deposited fertile silt. Families here turned increasingly to millet, a grain that tolerated the dry northern climate. By around 7000 BCE, they were grinding it into coarse flour, shaping it into flat cakes, or boiling it into nourishing porridge. This was the food that sustained the body and set the rhythm of labor, planting in spring, tending through summer, and harvesting before the harsh winter winds swept across the plains. Far to the south, along the lush wetlands of the Yangtze River, people discovered the power of rice cultivation. Unlike millet, rice demanded the mastery of water. Fields were deliberately flooded, seedlings transplanted, and harvests gathered in the humidity of summer. This agricultural system was labor-intensive, but the yields were generous. By 5000 BCE, rice farming in communities such as Hemudu had become the backbone of their diet. The contrast between millet in the north and rice in the south would shape not only diets, but also regional identities in China for thousands of years. The houses of these Neolithic communities tell us how they lived. In the north, villages often built semi-subterranean homes, circular or square, dug into the ground to retain warmth in the freezing winters. Wooden beams supported roofs layered with thatch. Inside, hearths burned through the day, and smoke blackened the ceilings. Stone mortars ground grain. Clay jars stored water and millet. Bone needles sewed skins into clothing. In the south, in wetter climates, homes were often raised on stilts above marshland, keeping floors dry and safe from flooding. Wooden planks formed walls and woven mats provided bedding. Everywhere life was simple, laborious, and yet increasingly tied to rhythm, stability, and memory. Archaeology reveals that dogs and pigs were among the first domesticated animals, serving both as food and as companions within the villages. Over time, water buffalo and chickens would join this growing menagerie. Tools were fashioned from polished stone axes, sickles, and adzes that cut wood, harvested crops, and cleared land. Pottery fired in rudimentary kilns became indispensable for storing food and water. At first thick and utilitarian, pottery grew more refined with painted decorations that reflected both artistry and an emerging symbolic world. Burials reveal even deeper truths. Many graves contain not only the body of the deceased, but also goods, pottery jars filled with food, jade ornaments, bone tools. Infants were sometimes buried beneath the floors of homes, perhaps to keep them close in the spirit world. The dead were not abandoned, they were integrated into the life of the living. This practice hints at the earliest roots of ancestor reverence, a belief that would later dominate Chinese culture. That the departed remain present, shaping the fortune of the living through unseen influence. Among the most significant cultures of this period was the Yangshao, flourishing between 5000 and 3000 BCE. Their villages stretched across the central plains, and their pottery remains among the most distinctive of the era. Painted with bold red and black designs, swirls, zigzags, fish, and birds. These vessels reveal more than decoration. They reveal a mind turning symbolic, seeing patterns in the world, and embedding them in daily tools. At Banpo, near modern Xi'an, archaeologists uncovered one of the most remarkable Yangshao villages, with over 100 houses arranged around a central meeting hall. Banpo shows us a community that valued collective life. Kilns fired pottery, storage pits held surplus grain, and workshops crafted bone tools. Graves scattered around the settlement reveal a society still relatively egalitarian. Wealth was not yet concentrated in a few hands. Interestingly, many female burials contained elaborate goods, suggesting that women held central roles in society, possibly tracing descent through maternal lines. While the Yangshao flourished in the north, the Hemudu culture arose in the lower Yangtze Valley. Their homes on stilts looked out over wetlands thick with reeds. Rice paddies stretched across the landscape, tended with bone spades and wooden plows. Hemudu villagers wove cloth from hemp, carved wooden tools, and created pottery that was dark, often undecorated, but strong. They also practiced shamanistic rituals, evidence of drums, totemic carvings, and communal rituals points to a world where nature and spirit were inseparably entwined. By 3000 BCE, the Longshan culture emerged, bridging the Neolithic and Bronze Age. Their pottery was unlike anything before, black, thin-walled, and polished to a sheen. These vessels required advanced kilns and skilled potters, suggesting growing specialization of labor. Longshan settlements grew larger and more organized, often surrounded by rammed earth walls. These fortifications mark a turning point. They speak of conflict, defense, and the rise of leaders who could command collective labor. Within Longshan graves, disparities also appear. Some were modest, containing only basic goods, while others were rich with jade ornaments and fine pottery. This inequality signals the dawn of social stratification and the beginnings of hierarchy. Across both Yellow and Yangtze valleys, these Neolithic cultures forged connections through trade. Jade ornaments polished to a luminous green traveled hundreds of kilometers. Ideas, tools, and crops crossed from region to region. Over generations, villages became networks, and networks became proto-states. Oral traditions preserved memories of leaders who tamed floods or brought order to the people. The mythic figures of Yao, Shun, and Yu the Great belong to this world, half remembered, half imagined, yet deeply influential. They represented not only rulers but ideals, virtue, ritual, and the harmony of humanity with the forces of heaven and earth. The rivers shaped every aspect of this life. The Yellow River, known even then for its devastating floods, could obliterate villages in hours. Yet it also nourished the soil, forcing resilience and rebuilding. The Yangtze, vast and humid, supported denser agriculture, but demanded careful mastery of water. These rivers taught that survival was not a matter of dominance over nature, but of balance with it. This sense of balance, born in the fields and floods of the Neolithic, would echo in later philosophies, Taoist thought, Confucian order, and the yin-yang duality of Chinese cosmology. By 2000 BCE, as Neolithic life matured into the Bronze Age, the essentials of Chinese culture were already in place. Agriculture tied people to the land. Pottery and jade connected them to both utility and beauty. Ritual bound the living to the dead. Leadership was crystallizing into authority, and myths had begun to define what made a ruler legitimate. The foundations of continuity, family reverence, communal labor, moral leadership, were established long before dynasties carved their names into history. This was the Neolithic village life of China, modest in material wealth, but rich in resilience and meaning. It was here, in painted pottery and flooded rice paddies, in ancestor graves and fortified walls, that the essence of Chinese civilization began to take form. From this soil, the first dynasty would soon rise, blurring the boundary between legend and history. The next chapter opens with the enigmatic memory of the Xia dynasty. Remembered as the dawn of rule in China, the Xia's elusive beginnings coincide with the moment the Neolithic period gave way to a new age of metallurgy, fortified settlements, and emerging hierarchy. It is called the Xia, and it occupies a fascinating space between history and legend. For later generations, the Xia was the dawn of dynastic rule, the moment when families and villages became a kingdom. Yet for modern historians, it remains one of the most debated chapters of China's past, partly myth, partly archaeological reality, and wholly essential to the cultural identity of China. The Xia dynasty is traditionally dated from around 2100 to 1600 BCE, said to have ruled in the heart of the Yellow River Valley. Later chronicles, most famously the records of the Grand Historian, written by Sima Qian during the Han Dynasty, described a succession of Xia rulers beginning with Yu the Great, a semi-divine figure celebrated for his mastery over floods. The Yellow River, unpredictable and destructive, defined the very possibility of civilization in northern China. To tame its waters was to demonstrate a power both human and cosmic. Yu the Great's story is central. According to legend, he was tasked with controlling the devastating floods that drowned villages and ruined harvests. Where others before him had failed, Yu succeeded not by blocking the waters, but by channeling them. He ordered dikes and canals to be dug, diverting floods into irrigation. This approach, working with the natural force rather than against it, became a metaphor for the ideal ruler, one who harmonized human society with the rhythms of heaven and earth. The tale of Yu was retold across dynasties, a moral lesson that the right to rule was inseparable from the ability to care for the land and its people. Beyond Yu, the Shah rulers were said to have established palaces, organized armies, and developed rituals that gave coherence to their kingdom. The dynasty supposedly lasted through 14 kings across nearly 5 centuries, but no written records survive from the Shah themselves. All accounts come from much later, compiled by Zhou and Han historians, who looked backward to explain the origins of order. This makes the Shia less a fully documented state and more a remembered foundation myth written into history to create continuity from the earliest times. And yet archaeology complicates the story. Excavations at Erlitou in Hainan province reveal an advanced culture flourishing between 1900 and 1500 BCE. Palatial buildings, bronze workshops, and evidence of organized urban planning appear at this site. Jade ornaments, turquoise inlays, and ceremonial vessels point to a society with hierarchy and ritual. Could Erlitou be the Shah dynasty? Many scholars think so, suggesting that the memory of the Shah aligns with this archaeological culture. Others remain cautious, noting that while Erlitou is real, whether it corresponds exactly to the Shah of legend cannot be proven. Regardless, Erlitou demonstrates that by this era, China had entered a new stage. Bronze casting was practiced here, though still in early forms. Workshops produced ritual vessels, axes, and weapons, objects that required specialized labor and centralized control. Large rammed earth foundations mark palatial complexes, showing the presence of a ruling elite. Roads and planned layouts suggest deliberate urban design. These are the hallmarks of statehood, an authority capable of commanding labor and resources across a region. The Xia, real or not, became more than a dynasty. It became a cultural anchor. Later dynasties used it to justify their own legitimacy, presenting themselves as inheritors of the order first established by Yu and his descendants. In the Zhou dynasty, for instance, the idea of the mandate of heaven was developed, the belief that rulers governed with the blessing of cosmic order, but that this blessing could be withdrawn if they failed. By tracing this principle back to Yu and the Shah, later rulers placed themselves in an unbroken line of moral authority. Life in Shia times, reconstructed from Erlitou and other sites, was a mixture of subsistence farming and growing complexity. Millet remained the staple crop in the north. Farmers used stone and early bronze tools to clear fields and harvest grain. Pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep were domesticated, supplementing diets of millet gruel and stewed meat. Villages expanded into towns with specialized crafts: potters, weavers, and bronze workers. Society was stratified. Elites lived in palatial compounds and were buried with jade and bronze, while commoners left simpler graves. Rituals played a central role. Bronze vessels, even in their early forms, were not mere cooking pots. They were sacred objects used in ceremonies, honoring ancestors and deities. In these rituals, the living sought favor and guidance from the spirits of the dead, reinforcing both social order and the idea of continuity across generations. The seeds of Chinese statecraft lay here. Power was not only political but sacred, legitimized through ritual and cosmic alignment. The transition from Neolithic village life to the Xia era represents one of the most significant shifts in human history. The birth of kingship, centralized authority, and organized society. It marks the moment when small communities bound to land and river were drawn into something larger. A kingdom that claimed to unify not just territory, but cosmic order. Whether fully historical or partly legendary, the Xia embodies the idea that China's civilization was ancient, continuous, and divinely sanctioned. The Xia story also reflects the deep cultural need for beginnings. Just as Greece had its myths of heroic ages and Mesopotamia its stories of divine kings, China placed the Xia at the root of its tree of history. The details may blur, but the symbolic power endures. Yu the Great, guiding waters into channels, became the archetype of the ruler as harmonizer, the bringer of order to a chaotic world. By the time the Xia supposedly gave way to the Shang around 1600 BCE, the structures of dynastic rule were firmly in place. Bronze casting, ancestor rituals, fortified towns, and ruling elites were now part of the landscape. The Shang dynasty would leave clearer records inscribed on bones and bronze, but their foundations rested on the soil prepared in the Xia age. Thus this elusive dynasty, hovering between archaeology and myth, occupies a unique role. It is less about verifying every detail and more about understanding what the Xia meant to those who remembered it. It meant origins, legitimacy, and continuity. And in China, where the weight of the past has always carried into the present, that meaning was as real as stone palaces and bronze vessels. From the villages of Yangshao and Longshan to the palatial compounds of Erlitou, the arc of development was unmistakable. Agriculture, craft, hierarchy, and ritual had grown together into the earliest form of statehood. The Xia, elusive though it is, symbolizes that threshold. It is the bridge from scattered Neolithic communities to the unmistakable roar of Bronze Age civilization. As we leave this chapter, the scene is set for what comes next. The Shang dynasty, China's first dynasty firmly etched into history, whose oracle bones and bronze vessels will speak to us directly across 3,000 years. Shang oracle bones. With the Xia fading into the mist of memory and archaeology, the next dynasty emerges with firmer ground beneath its feet. The Shang dynasty, traditionally dated from around 1600 to 1046 BCE, stands as the first in Chinese history to leave behind a body of direct evidence, inscriptions, bronzes, and royal tombs. At last the voices of ancient rulers and their diviners reach us across the centuries, carved into the very bones of animals and the shells of turtles. The Shang may not have been the first state, but they are the first that can be seen, touched, and read. The Shang heartland lay in the central plains of the Yellow River Valley, especially around modern-day Henan. Here, a network of cities rose, each ruled by powerful kings who claimed both military and spiritual authority. Their capitals shifted over time, but one of the most famous was Anyang in the north of Henan, where the late Shang dynasty flourished. Archaeological work there has uncovered palaces, bronze foundries, workshops, and enormous royal tombs. In these remains lies the earliest recorded chapter of Chinese statecraft. The defining feature of the Shang dynasty was the rise of bronze metallurgy. Using advanced casting techniques, artisans created vessels of extraordinary size and complexity. These bronzes were not everyday objects. They were ritual instruments, made to hold wine, food, or offerings to the ancestors and gods. Some vessels bear intricate decorations of Taotie masks, stylized animal faces, symmetrical and haunting. Staring back from the surface of the bronze, these designs carried symbolic meaning, connecting the earthly realm with the spiritual. The Shang believed that ancestors continued to influence the living. To maintain harmony and secure favor, they performed elaborate rituals. Food, wine, and sometimes even human sacrifices were offered. The bronzes themselves were buried with kings and nobles, ensuring that the power of ritual carried into the afterlife. Tombs uncovered at Anyang contain hundreds of such vessels along with jade ornaments, chariots, and the remains of sacrificed servants or captives. These burials reflect a world in which hierarchy was absolute, and kings carried their court into death as into life. It is from these rituals that the Shang left their most famous legacy, the oracle bones. These were shoulder blades of oxen or plastrons of turtles, carved with questions for the spirits. Diviners would inscribe queries onto the bone, requests about harvests, weather, wars, childbirth, and the king's fortune. The bone was then heated until it cracked, and the pattern of cracks was interpreted as the answer of the ancestors or the gods. These inscriptions were later annotated with the outcome, creating the earliest body of written Chinese records. The questions carved into oracle bones reveal a vivid picture of Shang society. Kings asked whether it would rain, whether hunting would be successful, or whether an enemy should be attacked. They inquired about sacrifices. Should sheep or cattle be offered? Would the ancestors approve? There were also personal concerns: the health of a royal consort, the birth of a child, the outcome of illness. These bones, preserved by the thousands, show that the Shang king was not only a political leader, but also the chief mediator between the human and spiritual worlds. From these inscriptions, the earliest form of Chinese writing can be traced. The characters carved into bone are recognizable ancestors of modern Chinese script. Over 3,000 distinct characters have been identified, many still familiar today in modified form. Writing gave permanence to ritual and bound memory into material form. It also reinforced hierarchy, for literacy was the tool of kings and diviners, not the common people. Daily life under the Shang reflected both continuity with Neolithic traditions and new levels of complexity. Millet farming remained central in the north, supplemented with wheat, barley, and rice imported from southern regions. Pigs, cattle, and sheep were raised, and hunting provided meat from deer and wild boar. Chariots introduced from steppe cultures became symbols of status and instruments of warfare. Workshops produced jade ornaments, bone tools, and bronze weapons, indicating specialization of labor. Society was sharply divided. Kings and nobles lived with luxury and power, while commoners worked the fields and provided tribute. At the lowest level were slaves, many captured in war, who labored in construction or were sacrificed in rituals. The military strength of the Shang was formidable. Armies were equipped with bronze weapons, daggers, spearheads, and battle axes that gave them an advantage over neighboring peoples still using stone. Chariots drawn by horses allowed mobility and shock power. The king personally led campaigns, as recorded on oracle bones, against rival states or nomadic groups along the borders. War brought not only territory, but captives who became slaves or sacrificial victims. The Shang state was thus sustained by a cycle of tribute, warfare, and ritual that reinforced the authority of the king. The royal family itself was at the center of Shang society. The king ruled with absolute authority, supported by a network of nobles and relatives who governed outlying regions. Royal consorts also appear prominently in the record. One remarkable example is Lady Fu Hao, whose tomb at Anyang is among the most significant archaeological discoveries in China. Fu Hao was not only a queen consort, but also a military general and high priestess. Her tomb contained hundreds of bronzes, weapons, and the remains of sacrificial victims, showing her extraordinary status. Oracle bones record her participation in campaigns and rituals, offering rare insight into the prominent role of women at the highest levels of Shang society. The Shang worldview was deeply religious. Heaven, earth, and the realm of ancestors were inseparably connected. Rituals were not symbolic acts, but essential negotiations with the spirit world. To neglect sacrifice or divination was to risk disaster, floods, famine, or military defeat. This belief system tied political legitimacy to spiritual communication, giving the king authority as the chief diviner. It also reinforced social order, for all classes depended on the king's role as intermediary between human and divine. Despite its power, the Shang dynasty was not eternal. By the 11th century BCE, pressures from within and without began to erode its strength. Neighboring peoples, once defeated, grew stronger. The cost of constant warfare and massive rituals drained resources. The nobility, spread across semi-independent fiefdoms, grew ambitious. The king's authority weakened as challenges mounted. It was in this environment that the Zhou, a Western people, rose to power and eventually overthrew the Shang. The fall of the Shang did not erase its legacy. The Zhou adopted and transformed many Shang traditions: bronze rituals, ancestor worship, and the written script. They justified their conquest by claiming the mandate of heaven, a concept that would dominate Chinese political thought for over 2 millennia. In this way, the Shang dynasty became not just a historical chapter, but the foundation upon which all later Chinese dynasties stood. At the close of the Shang Age, we see a civilization already complex, already deeply symbolic, and already defining itself through both continuity and change. The bones and bronzes of the Shang remain silent in the earth. Yet through them, the voices of ancient kings, diviners, and warriors still whisper. They remind us that China's history is not only myth, but material, carved into bone and cast into bronze. The next stage of the story belongs to the Zhou, who would take the rituals and symbols of the Shang and give them new meaning, creating a political philosophy that would define China's dynastic cycle for centuries to come. Zhu and the Mandate of Heaven. The fall of the Shang around 1046 BCE did not mark an end, but rather a transformation. From the west, a new power rose, the Zhou dynasty, bringing with it both continuity and innovation. The Zhou inherited the rituals and symbols of the Shang, but they added something profoundly new. A political philosophy that would shape Chinese thought for over 2,000 years. This was the idea of the mandate of heaven, a vision of rulership that tied political legitimacy to cosmic order. The Zhou homeland lay along the Wei River Valley in what is now Shaanxi Province. Unlike the Shang heartland in the Central Plains, this region was more rugged, with fertile basins framed by mountains. The Zhou were once semi-nomadic people who paid tribute to the Shang. But over time, they grew in strength and organization. By the late 11th century BCE, they had become a formidable force. Under the leadership of King Wu, the Zhou launched a campaign against the Shang, culminating in the Battle of Muye, around 1046 BCE. According to tradition, King Wu led an army of about 50,000 against the Shang King Zhou, whose tyranny and excess had alienated many. Defections swelled the Zhou ranks, and the Shang fell. The Zhou leaders faced a challenge: how to justify their conquest. They could not simply dismiss the Shang, for the Shang rituals, bronzes, and ancestor worship remained central to Chinese culture. Instead, they reframed the story. They argued that the Shang kings had once held divine favor, but through corruption and misrule, they had lost it. Heaven, they claimed, had withdrawn its blessing and granted it instead to the Zhou. This principle became known as the Mandate of Heaven, Tianming. The Mandate of Heaven was both moral and practical. It asserted that rulers governed not merely by force or lineage, but by virtue. A just, capable king would hold the mandate, and his dynasty would flourish. But if a ruler became corrupt, oppressive, or incompetent, heaven would show its displeasure through natural disasters, famine, or rebellion. When a dynasty fell, it was not merely politics but cosmic will. This idea provided both legitimacy and a mechanism for change. Unlike divine right theories elsewhere, the mandate of heaven implied that rule was conditional, not absolute. Dynasties could rise and fall, but the principle of cosmic order endured. The Zhou dynasty institutionalized this philosophy through rituals and governance. Like the Shang, they conducted elaborate ceremonies to honor ancestors and deities, using bronze vessels inscribed with dedications. But the Zhou broadened the spiritual hierarchy. They spoke not only of ancestors but of heaven, Tian, as a supreme force. Heaven was vast, impartial, and moral. It rewarded virtue and punished excess. The Zhou kings portrayed themselves as the sons of heaven, mediators between heaven and humanity. This gave their authority both spiritual and ethical weight. Politically, the Zhou established a feudal system. The king granted lands to relatives and allies who in turn pledged loyalty and military service. These lords governed their own territories, collected tribute, and maintained armies. In theory, this system created unity across vast distances. In practice, it sowed seeds of fragmentation, for the power of local lords often rivaled that of the king. Nonetheless, in the early centuries, this arrangement allowed the Zhou to extend their influence widely. The early Zhou capital was established at Haojing, near modern Xi'an. Archaeological remains reveal palaces, workshops, and ritual spaces. Bronze inscriptions from this period record the deeds of kings, commemorating victories or dedicating vessels to ancestors. These inscriptions mark a development from the oracle bones of the Shang. Writing was no longer only for divination, but also for history, memory, and legitimation. The written word became a tool of governance, embedding political authority into durable form. Daily life under the Zhou reflected both continuity and change. Millet farming remained central in the north, while rice cultivation thrived in the south. Bronze technology advanced, producing not only ritual vessels but also weapons and tools. Chariots remained symbols of status and instruments of war, but iron tools gradually appeared toward the end of the Zhou period, expanding agricultural productivity. Society was hierarchical. Kings, lords, and nobles occupied the top. Warriors and officials stood below. Farmers, artisans, and merchants sustained the economy. And slaves, often war captives, labored at the bottom. Religion and ritual continued to bind society. Sacrifices to ancestors affirmed continuity, while ceremonies to heaven affirmed legitimacy. The Zhou calendar regulated agricultural and ritual cycles, aligning human activity with cosmic order. Music and poetry flourished, often linked to court ceremonies. The Book of Songs, Shi Jing, compiled later but rooted in Zhou traditions, preserves hymns and folk songs that speak of farming, love, war, and ritual. These verses reflect both the grandeur of court life and the simplicity of rural existence, offering a window into the human experience of the time. The mandate of heaven did more than justify the Zhou conquest, it set a precedent. Every subsequent dynasty would claim it, and every fallen dynasty would be judged by it. Floods, earthquakes, or famines were read as signs that heaven was displeased. Rebellions were framed not as treason, but as corrections of cosmic imbalance. In this way, the mandate of heaven became the backbone of China's political philosophy, shaping not only governance, but the very rhythm of history. Yet beneath this unity lay tension. The feudal system gave power to local lords who grew increasingly independent. Over centuries, the Zhou king's authority weakened, and the dynasty gradually fractured. But in its early centuries, known as the Western Zhou period, 1046 to 771 BCE, the dynasty thrived, expanding its influence and solidifying the cultural framework of ancient China. The Zhou legacy was immense. They inherited the ritual and bronze culture of the Shang, but they added a new moral dimension. They expanded writing from divination to memory. They established a feudal order that spread Chinese culture across wide regions. And most importantly, they gave China a philosophy of rulership, the mandate of heaven, that would guide it for millennia. As the Western Zhou entered its height, Chinese civilization had reached a new plateau. Yet, as history teaches, power does not remain stable forever. By the 8th century BCE, the Zhou kings would lose control of their feudal lords, plunging China into centuries of division and turmoil. The story would then pass into an age of philosophers, reformers, and warlords, a time when the seeds of Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism were planted amid chaos. For now we pause at the height of the Zhou's authority. When kings spoke as sons of heaven, bronzes gleamed in ancestral halls, and the idea of cosmic mandate gave meaning to both rule and rebellion. The stage is set for the next chapter, the age of fragmentation, when feudal lords began to outshine their king, and great thinkers sought answers to a world falling out of harmony. Feudal lords and ritual wars. The Western Zhou had begun with strength, stability, and a sense of divine sanction. But the very system that allowed them to rule a vast territory contained the seeds of division. By the middle of the first millennium BCE, the Zhou dynasty was shifting into a new and turbulent phase. Kings still presided as sons of heaven, but their power grew more symbolic, while feudal lords, the dukes, marquises, counts, and barons who controlled their own fiefs, expanded their influence. This period, stretching from the 9th to the 8th centuries BCE, reveals a China balancing between unity and fragmentation, ritual and rivalry, tradition and transformation. The feudal system of the Zhou was both practical and dangerous. When King Wu and his successors conquered the Shang and extended their authority, they rewarded allies and relatives with land. These lords swore loyalty, offered tribute, and supplied soldiers to the king when called upon. In return, they ruled their domains almost autonomously. The Zhou realm stretched far, covering not only the central plains, but reaching into regions inhabited by non-Zhou peoples. Feudalism spread Zhou culture, but it also created a patchwork of semi-independent states. In the early Western Zhou, the balance held. Kings like King Cheng and King Kang reinforced central authority, presiding over grand rituals that affirmed their status as sons of heaven. Ritual was the glue of Zhou society. The performance of ceremonies, sacrifices, and music tied the lords to the royal house, reminding them of their place in a cosmic hierarchy. To honor ancestors, to pour libations of wine, to strike bronze bells and drums. These were not simply cultural expressions, but acts of political loyalty. The Zhou court codified these practices in what became known as Li, or ritual propriety. Li governed not only sacrifices to heaven and ancestors, but also etiquette in war, diplomacy, and daily conduct. It was the code that gave structure to the relationships between king and vassals, lords and ministers, parents and children. Though later Confucianism would refine and reinterpret it, its foundations were laid in the Zhou world, where ritual was both religion and law. Yet the system strained under its own weight. As generations passed, feudal lords grew entrenched in their territories, building their own cities, commanding their own armies, and forging their own alliances. The Zhou king, while still ritually supreme, often lacked the power to enforce his will beyond the capital. Tribute could be withheld, military support delayed, and rituals performed independently. The king's role became increasingly ceremonial as lords maneuvered for real power. This shift is visible in the archaeological record. Inscriptions on Zhou bronzes from the later Western Zhou period increasingly commemorate the deeds of local lords rather than kings. Lords celebrated their victories, alliances, and ancestral dedications with inscriptions that highlighted their autonomy. The king's name appears less frequently, reflecting the declining reach of royal authority. The military culture of this era also reveals both order and conflict. Warfare was guided by ritual as much as by strategy. Battles were often preceded by divination, sacrifices, and elaborate ceremonies. Rules governed the conduct of war. Noble opponents were to be treated with respect, and certain rituals observed even in combat. Chariots dominated the battlefield, each carrying a noble warrior and his retinue. Armies were relatively small compared to later eras, and campaigns often aimed less at conquest than at the assertion of prestige or the enforcement of ritual obligations. Despite the formalism, violence was real. Lords raided one another, seized territory, and captured enemies. Smaller states were swallowed by larger ones, and alliances shifted constantly. The Zhou king attempted to arbitrate disputes, but his authority often rested more on persuasion and ritual recognition than on force. This delicate balance sustained the Western Zhou for centuries, but it could not last indefinitely. The cracks began to show in the 8th century BCE. External pressures mounted as non-Zhou peoples, often labeled as barbarians in the chronicles, pressed against the borders. These groups, including Rong and Di tribes to the north and west, tested the Zhou defenses. Internally, ambitious lords began to defy the king more openly. Tribute and military support waned. The Zhou capital itself became vulnerable. The breaking point came in 771 BCE, when the Zhou court was attacked by a coalition of rebellious lords and outside groups. The capital at Haojing was sacked, and King You was killed. His death marked the end of the Western Zhou and the beginning of the Eastern Zhou period. The Zhou royal line survived, but only barely, retreating eastward to Luoyang. There, stripped of much of its power, the king remained a figurehead, while real authority shifted to the feudal states. This collapse ushered in centuries of turmoil that historians later divided into two great ages: the Spring and Autumn period, 770 to 476 BCE, and the Warring States period, 475 to 221 BCE. In these eras, ritual wars gave way to larger, more brutal conflicts, and the competition of states fostered intellectual and cultural revolutions. But even as the system fractured, the idea of the mandate of heaven endured. The Zhou kings, though weak, still symbolized cosmic legitimacy. Lords might fight for dominance, but they did so under the shadow of the Zhou name and the rituals that bound their world. Thus, the age of feudal lords and ritual wars stands as a bridge between the unified vision of the early Zhou and the chaos of the later centuries. It was a time when bronze bells rang in ancestral halls, when chariots thundered across battlefields, when kings presided in name but lords held real power. It was a world still defined by ritual, yet increasingly driven by ambition. The next chapter will carry us into the Spring and Autumn period, when fragmentation deepened and new voices, Confucius, Lao Tzu, and many others, rose to seek order in a world slipping into disarray. Spring and Autumn upheaval. The fall of the Western Zhou in 771 BCE set China upon a new course. The Zhou kings still existed, enthroned in Luoyang, but their power was a shadow of what it had once been. They presided as ritual figureheads, keepers of heaven's mandate, in name only, while the true power lay in the hands of the feudal lords who controlled their own states. This was the beginning of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, and its first great phase is known as the Spring and Autumn period, stretching from 770 to 476 BCE. The name comes from the Spring and Autumn Annals, a chronicle from the state of Lu that recorded events year by year. But the term also carries a deeper resonance, the sense of constant change, of seasons turning, of a world in flux. In these centuries, more than 100 states jostled for survival and influence. Alliances formed and dissolved, and the Zhou royal house dwindled into little more than ceremonial presence. Yet out of this turmoil came some of the most enduring ideas in Chinese thought. At the start of the Spring and Autumn period, the Zhou realm was still dotted with numerous feudal states, large and small. Over time, weaker states were absorbed and stronger ones asserted dominance. Chronicles tell of more than 1,000 wars in this period. Some were small raids. Others were decisive battles that shifted the balance of power. Armies marched with chariots and bronze weapons. But warfare was still governed, at least in principle, by ritual codes inherited from the Western Zhou. Nobles treated each other as peers, exchanging hostages, negotiating truces, and observing ceremonial rules even in conflict. Yet behind the veneer of ritual, power was consolidating. Certain states began to rise as hegemons. Strong rulers who, while not kings, exercised authority over coalitions of states. The first of these was the Duke of Qi in the 7th century BCE, who called together alliances to defend the Zhou king and repel external enemies. Later rulers of Jin, Chu, Qin, and Wu would hold similar positions. These hegemons claimed to act in the name of the Zhou king, preserving the mandate of heaven in form, if not in fact. The political landscape was dynamic. The state of Jin dominated the north, while Chu, a southern state once considered semi-barbarian, expanded aggressively into the central plains. Qi, located along the eastern coast, grew wealthy from trade and salt production. Wu and Yue, far to the southeast, emerged as rivals in the later spring and autumn years. Qin, in the far west, was still relatively minor, but already laying the foundations of future power. This shifting balance of states created a world of constant tension and opportunity. Social changes accompanied political upheaval. Bronze weapons and chariots still symbolized elite power, but iron tools began to spread in the later centuries, boosting agricultural productivity. Population growth fueled urbanization. States built larger cities with walls, markets, and administrative centers. The aristocratic order of the early Zhou was strained as new elites. Wealthy landowners, merchants, and professional soldiers rose in influence. Ritual still mattered, but merit and military strength increasingly decided fate. It was in this crucible that China's great philosophical traditions emerged. The uncertainty of the age, with constant wars and weakening rituals, inspired thinkers to seek answers to profound questions. What holds society together? What makes a ruler legitimate? How should one live a good life in a world of chaos? The most famous of these voices was Confucius, Kongzi. Born in 551 BCE, in the state of Lu, a minor noble by birth, Confucius lived in a time of political disorder and moral decline. He longed for a return to the harmony of earlier Zhou ideals, but sought to adapt them to a fractured world. His teachings emphasized Ren, benevolence, humaneness, Li, ritual propriety, and the importance of education and moral cultivation. For Confucius, rulers should lead by virtue, setting an example that would inspire order. Families should be structured by filial piety, with respect flowing from children to parents, subjects to rulers, and ultimately all humanity aligned with heaven's order. Though Confucius never achieved high office, his disciples preserved his teachings in the Analects, ensuring his ideas would echo for centuries. At the time, he was one of many voices in what later scholars called the 100 Schools of Thought, a flourishing of philosophy unique in world history. Alongside Confucius stood Lao Tzu, traditionally considered the founder of Taoism, Daojia. While Confucius emphasized ritual and moral duty, Lao Tzu spoke of the Tao, the way, a natural order that flowed through all things. He taught that harmony was not achieved by rigid rules, but by aligning with the rhythms of nature, practicing humility, and embracing simplicity. The Tao Te Ching, attributed to him, became one of the most influential texts in Chinese philosophy, urging rulers to govern with minimal interference and individuals to cultivate balance within themselves. Other thinkers also arose. Mozi preached universal love and meritocracy, criticizing Confucian elitism and ritual waste. The early seeds of legalism, a harsher philosophy that emphasized law and order over virtue, were also sown in this age. These diverse ideas reflected the deep hunger for solutions to the problems of a fragmented world. Despite turmoil, the spring and autumn period was not only an age of war and philosophy, it was also a time of cultural growth. Poetry flourished, preserved in the Book of Songs, Shi Jing, which contained both court hymns and folk ballads. These verses spoke of farming, love, war, and ritual, providing a vivid picture of life across social classes. Music and dance remained central to ritual, blending artistry with politics. By the late 6th and 5th centuries BCE, the rituals of the old order were fading. Warfare grew more brutal, iron weapons became widespread, and the chivalry of noble jousts gave way to large armies of common soldiers. The Zhou king's authority was almost entirely symbolic, invoked in name but ignored in fact. The states maneuvered for survival. Alliances shifted constantly, and the stage was set for an even more violent and decisive era, the Warring States period. The spring and autumn period remains one of the most formative ages in Chinese history. It was a time when political unity disintegrated, but intellectual creativity flourished. The questions asked by Confucius, Lao Tzu, and their contemporaries would echo down through every dynasty. Even as war raged and states fell, the search for harmony, order, and meaning continued. Proof that in China, turmoil could be a seedbed for profound reflection. At the close of this chapter, we stand on the threshold of deeper chaos. The noble wars of the spring and autumn would soon give way to the ruthless strategies of the warring states. 7 great powers would dominate the land, and out of their clash would rise the first true empire under the Qin. Warring States Frenzy. By the middle of the 5th century BCE, the world of ritualized warfare and aristocratic jousts had come to an end. The chariot clashes of noble houses, bound by courtesy and guided by ancestral codes, were swept aside by a harsher reality. This was the beginning of the Warring States period, 475 to 221 BCE, an age when China fractured into a handful of powerful kingdoms, each seeking to devour the others. It was an age of ambition, ruthlessness, and innovation. Yet it was also an age of extraordinary creativity, when ideas sharpened like blades in the furnace of conflict, and when strategies that would define empire first took shape. At the start of this period, more than 100 feudal states dotted the Zhou realm. Through centuries of consolidation, conquest, and alliance, only 7 great powers emerged to dominate the land. Qi in the east, Chu in the south, Yan in the north, Han, Zhao, and Wei in the central plains, and Qin in the far west. These are remembered as the 7 warring states, though smaller states still lingered at their margins. Each of these kingdoms was fiercely independent, with its own capital, armies, and bureaucracy. The Zhou king remained in Luoyang, but his authority was purely symbolic. Invoked as a formality, while real power lay entirely with the rulers of these states. No longer content with ritual alliances, these rulers sought absolute dominance. The ultimate prize was nothing less than the unification of all under heaven. Warfare in this era was unlike anything before. Iron weapons became standard, replacing bronze. Crossbows appeared, powerful enough to pierce armor at a distance, giving infantry unprecedented strength against mounted chariots. Armies swelled into the hundreds of thousands, composed not only of aristocrats, but of common farmers conscripted into service. Walls of states grew massive, rivaling one another in height and breadth. Fortifications spread across the land, an ominous sign of perpetual war. This transformation required new forms of governance. The aristocratic feudalism of the early Zhou gave way to centralized bureaucracies. States created administrative districts, appointed officials on merit, and collected taxes directly from peasants. The growing class of bureaucrats, men of learning and talent rather than noble birth, helped manage records, organize armies, and oversee irrigation. Society was shifting from kinship and ritual toward efficiency and control. Among the philosophies of the age, legalism rose to prominence. Legalist thinkers such as Shang Yang in the state of Qin argued that human beings were inherently selfish and that only strict laws, harsh punishments, and strong central authority could maintain order. Unlike Confucian ideals of virtue or Taoist appeals to natural harmony, legalism placed its faith in institutions and discipline. It was a philosophy well suited to the brutal realities of the warring states. The competition also produced one of the world's most famous texts on strategy, The Art of War, attributed to Sun Tzu. Written during the 5th century BCE, this treatise distilled the lessons of endless battles into principles of cunning, flexibility, and psychological insight. Sun Tzu taught that the greatest victory was to win without fighting, that deception and speed outweighed brute force, and that a general's wisdom was more decisive than numbers. These ideas resonated in the warring states, where survival often depended on wit as much as strength. The states themselves took on distinct characters. Chu, vast and wealthy in the south, commanded fertile lands and a rich cultural tradition. Its rulers were often considered flamboyant, and Chu poetry left a unique mark on Chinese literature. Qi in the east grew wealthy from trade and salt production, and its rulers sponsored scholars where debates flourished. Yan in the far north was more isolated, but its proximity to steppe peoples made it a frontier of cultural exchange. In the Central Plains, the states of Han, Zhao, and Wei, together known as the Three Jin after their origin in the partition of Jin, vied for dominance with one another. Each was relatively small compared to Chu or Qin, but they occupied strategic territory. And then there was Qin. Once considered a backward Western state, through reforms led by Shang Yang in the 4th century BCE, Qin transformed into a disciplined, militarized powerhouse. Its laws were strict, its bureaucracy efficient, and its armies relentless. In time, Qin would prove to be the state most prepared to unify China. The cultural flourishing of this age was no less remarkable than its wars. The 100 schools of thought, already alive in the spring and autumn period, reached their height. Confucians continued to argue for moral governance, Taoists for harmony with the Tao, Mohists for universal love, and legalists for strict law. Diplomats and scholars wandered from state to state, offering their wisdom to rulers in search of advantage. These intellectuals became known as the wandering persuaders, or vertical and horizontal alliance strategists, masters of rhetoric who negotiated alliances and devised policies. Life for common people, however, was harsh. Farmers bore the burden of supporting armies and paying taxes. Fields of millet, wheat, and rice provided the grain that fed both soldiers and civilians. But conscription often left villages depleted of men. Peasants endured labor on fortifications and canals, their lives bound to the demands of their rulers. Yet agriculture advanced with iron plows and irrigation, supporting larger populations than ever before. Despite the suffering, the warring states fostered innovation. Standardized measures of weight and length appeared within states to facilitate trade and taxation. Roads and canals expanded, allowing armies to move swiftly and goods to circulate more freely. Chariots gave way to cavalry, as horses bred for riding became more common. War drove technology, and technology reshaped society as decades turned into centuries. The wars intensified. States swallowed smaller neighbors, and shifting alliances constantly redrew the map. By the 3rd century BCE, the struggle narrowed to a few great rivals: Qin in the west, Zhao in the north, Chu in the south, and Qi in the east. The others fought desperately to survive, but the logic of consolidation was inexorable. Through all this, the Zhou king remained in Luoyang, a relic of a bygone age. Rituals still named him as the Son of Heaven, but no one obeyed his commands. His role had shrunk to a symbol, invoked when useful, ignored when not. The true contest for the mandate of heaven played out on the battlefields of the warring states. This was a world of frenzy, ambition, and transformation. It was brutal in its wars, but brilliant in its ideas. It was here that the foundations of empire were laid. Centralized states, codified laws, standing armies, and philosophical visions of order. Out of the blood and fire of these centuries, a new kind of China was emerging, one that would soon be unified under the iron hand of Qin. Qin unification. By the late 3rd century BCE, the long and brutal contest of the warring states was reaching its inevitable conclusion. For over 2 centuries, 7 great powers had clashed across the Central Plains, each claiming heaven's favor, each seeking to be the sole master under heaven. States rose, alliances crumbled, and thousands of battles scarred the land. But amid the chaos, one state grew stronger than all the rest: Qin. Once a remote western kingdom dismissed as a rough frontier power, it was now transformed into the most disciplined and ruthless machine the world had ever seen. The rise of Qin owed much to geography. Located in the Wei River Valley, shielded by mountains to the south and west, Qin possessed natural defenses. Its fertile basin supported rich agriculture, while iron and timber from surrounding highlands supplied weapons and construction. Equally important, Qin lay on the western frontier, where it had long contended with nomadic tribes. This constant struggle hardened its rulers and people, forging a culture of discipline and military readiness. But geography alone could not explain Qin's ascent. In the 4th century BCE, the reformer Shang Yang transformed the state under his legalist policies. Qin abolished the old feudal nobility, dividing land into administrative counties governed directly by officials loyal to the king. Farmers were taxed directly, registered in households, and rewarded or punished according to strict laws. Military merit, not birth, became the path to honor. Soldiers were promoted for kills on the battlefield, not for lineage. Agriculture and war were exalted as the twin pillars of the state, while luxury and idleness were condemned. The harshness of Shang Yang's laws was legendary. Collective responsibility meant that households were punished if one member broke the law. Rewards were generous for military service, but penalties for disobedience were severe. Yet this discipline created results. Qin grew richer, more organized, and more powerful than its rivals. Its bureaucracy functioned with precision. Its armies drilled relentlessly, and its rulers wielded power with uncompromising authority. By the mid-3rd century BCE, Qin was poised for conquest. The man who would carry this ambition to its climax was King Zheng, who ascended the throne in 246 BCE as a boy and soon proved himself a formidable ruler. With the guidance of capable ministers such as Lu Buwei and generals like Wang Jian, he launched campaigns that one by one destroyed the other warring states. The process was relentless. In 230 BCE, Qin struck at Han, the weakest of the seven, and swiftly annexed it. 2 years later, in 228 BCE, Zhao fell after a long struggle, its once proud armies crushed. In 225 BCE, Qin besieged the capital of Wei, flooding it by diverting a river, forcing surrender. In 223 BCE, the great southern state of Chu, long considered Qin's fiercest rival, was finally defeated in a series of bloody battles. In 222 BCE, Yan was conquered, and in 221 BCE, Qi, the last remaining state, surrendered without a fight. For the first time in history, the Chinese world was unified under a single ruler. King Zheng declared himself Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor of Qin. His new title marked a break with the past. He was not merely a king among others, but the supreme sovereign of all under heaven. The old feudal order was abolished. In its place, Qin established a centralized empire, its authority extending from the Yellow River to the Yangtze, from the eastern coast to the steppes of the west. The unification of Qin was not only military, but administrative. Qin Shi Huang standardized weights and measures, ensuring uniform trade and taxation. He imposed a common currency, circular bronze coins with square holes, that circulated across the empire. He unified the written script, simplifying characters into a standard form used by scribes and officials. These reforms bound the empire together, turning conquered lands into a coherent whole. The emperor also embarked on massive infrastructure projects. Roads radiated from the capital of Xianyang, linking distant provinces with straight stone-paved highways. Canals were dug to move grain and armies. These arteries of empire allowed Qin's power to flow rapidly across its vast territory. Farmers were resettled, land redistributed, and frontiers secured with fortifications. Perhaps most famously, Qin Shi Huang began the construction of defensive walls along the northern frontier. These fortifications, built by linking and extending earlier state walls, formed the foundation of what would later become the Great Wall of China. Though far from the continuous stone barrier seen today, these early walls served as a bulwark against nomadic raids, symbolizing both Qin's might and its anxiety about threats beyond its borders. The emperor was a man of immense ambition and paranoia. He sought to eliminate threats, not only from enemies, but from ideas. In 213 BCE, He ordered the infamous burning of books and burying of scholars. Texts not aligned with legalist doctrine, particularly those of history, poetry, and philosophy, were confiscated and destroyed. Scholars who resisted were executed or exiled. The purpose was clear: to erase dissent and ensure that the empire recognized no authority but the emperor. While later dynasties would restore much of what was lost, this act cast a shadow over Qin's legacy, remembered as a symbol of tyranny. Qin Shi Huang was also obsessed with immortality. He sent expeditions in search of elixirs and magical islands, hoping to escape death. Alchemists promised him longevity, and vast sums were spent on futile quests. Yet even as he sought eternity, he left behind one of the most enduring monuments of all time, the Terracotta Army. Buried near his mausoleum at Lishan, this army of thousands of life-sized clay soldiers, each with unique features, was crafted to guard him in the afterlife. Horses, chariots, and weapons accompanied them, a silent host prepared to serve their emperor forever. Life under Qin rule was harsh. The empire demanded taxes, labor, and obedience. Farmers were conscripted to build walls, roads, and palaces, often at immense human cost. Punishments for disobedience were severe, and surveillance was constant. Yet the empire also brought stability after centuries of war. Trade flourished along new roads, markets expanded, and the once fragmented states now shared common laws and measures. For ordinary people, the Qin dynasty was both a burden and a relief, oppressive in its demands, but also orderly in its governance. Despite its strength, Qin's rule was brittle. The sheer harshness of its laws and the exhaustion of constant labor bred resentment. When Qin Shi Huang died suddenly, in 210 BCE, during a tour of his empire, the dynasty unraveled with shocking speed. His successors proved weak. Court intrigues erupted and rebellion spread. Within a few years, Qin collapsed, leaving behind both a model of empire and a warning of tyranny. Yet its achievement was undeniable. Qin had unified China, not just in name, but in infrastructure, administration, and imagination. The title of emperor, the idea of centralized rule, the vision of one state under heaven, these would endure long after the Qin dynasty itself had fallen. Out of the chaos of the warring states, Qin had forged a single empire, blazing a path that all future dynasties would follow. As the Qin flame burned out almost as quickly as it had ignited, the land once again faced turmoil. But from the ashes would rise a dynasty even greater, one that would consolidate Qin's achievements and temper them with longevity. Han Golden Age. When the Qin dynasty collapsed in 206 BCE, it left behind ruins of grandeur and bitterness. The empire that Qin Shi Huang had forged through iron discipline and relentless conquest had disintegrated within a generation of his death. The people had known unification, but they had also tasted the sharpness of legalist severity and the weight of endless conscription. Out of this wreckage, a new dynasty emerged, the Han, and with it, China entered what would become one of the most celebrated golden ages in its long history. The story of the Han begins with Liu Bang, a man of humble origins. Born into a peasant family, he rose to prominence as a rebel leader during the civil wars that followed Qin's collapse. Unlike the aristocratic generals, who commanded other factions, Liu Bang had little noble lineage. His strength lay in pragmatism, charisma, and the loyalty of his followers. After years of struggle, he triumphed over his rivals, most famously the warlord Xiang Yu. And in 202 BCE, Liu Bang declared himself emperor, founding the Han dynasty. As Emperor Gaozu, Liu Bang struck a balance that Qin had failed to achieve. He retained the centralized administrative system created by Qin, counties, officials, taxation, but tempered it with leniency. Harsh punishments were softened, labor demands reduced, and Confucian ideals gradually blended with legalist structures. Where Qin had ruled through fear, the Han sought to govern through both law and moral order. This combination created resilience and stability. The Han dynasty is traditionally divided into two great eras: the Western Han, 202 BCE, 9 CE, with its capital at Chang'an, and the Eastern Han, 25 to 220 CE, with its capital later at Luoyang. Between them came a brief interregnum when the usurper Wang Mang seized the throne and attempted radical reforms only to be overthrown. But taken together, the Han dynasty lasted more than 4 centuries, longer than almost any other in Chinese history. Under the Han, the empire expanded dramatically. Early emperors consolidated the heartland, while later rulers extended China's borders. The most famous of these was Emperor Wu of Han, Han Wudi, r. 141 to 87 BCE. His reign marked the height of Han power. Wu launched campaigns that pushed the empire's frontiers deep into Central Asia, securing trade routes that would become known as the Silk Road. Through these routes, silk, jade, and lacquer traveled westward, while horses, glass, and precious metals flowed eastward. China was connected to distant worlds: Persia, India, even the fringes of the Mediterranean. The Silk Road was not only about goods. Ideas, technologies, and religions moved along its paths. Buddhism, still in its infancy in India, began to filter into China. During the later Han diplomatic missions, carried news of far-off kingdoms. For the first time, China was woven into a network of exchange that spanned continents, a development that would shape its history for centuries. Domestically, the Han dynasty perfected the Confucian state. While Qin had exalted legalism, the Han embraced Confucianism as its official ideology. Schools were established to train officials in the classics, emphasizing filial piety, ritual, and moral virtue. By the 2nd century BCE, the imperial examination system was taking form, selecting bureaucrats not by birth but by learning. This created a meritocratic ideal, though still largely limited to elites, that endured throughout imperial history. Confucianism was not the only current of thought. Taoist practices flourished, blending philosophy with religion, medicine, and ritual. Legalist principles still underpinned law and administration. The fusion of these traditions created a unique balance: moral order guiding governance, law providing structure, and ritual sustaining legitimacy. The Han era was also a time of remarkable innovation. Paper was invented in the 2nd century BCE, revolutionizing the recording of knowledge. Advances in metallurgy produced steel and iron tools that boosted agriculture and warfare. Seismographs were devised to detect earthquakes. Astronomical observations refined calendars. Medicine advanced through herbal studies and acupuncture. The Han combined practicality with curiosity, making their age one of both stability and discovery. Daily life under the Han varied greatly. Farmers who made up the majority worked fields of millet, rice, and wheat. Their surplus fed cities that grew into bustling centers of trade and administration. Chang'an, the capital, became one of the world's largest cities, its markets filled with merchants, artisans, and officials. Nobles and wealthy families lived in walled compounds with servants and luxuries, while peasants lived modestly, often struggling with taxes and corvée labor. Yet even the humblest villages participated in festivals, ancestor worship, and seasonal rituals that tied them to the broader rhythms of the empire. Society was hierarchical, but mobility was possible. A farmer's son, if talented and educated, could become an official through study. Merchants, though often looked down upon in Confucian hierarchy, amassed wealth through trade along new routes. Soldiers who distinguished themselves could rise in rank. Women's roles remained centered on family and domestic life, though some, like the historian Ban Zhao, achieved prominence through scholarship. Religion and ritual remained central. The Han court performed sacrifices to heaven and earth, while ordinary families honored ancestors with offerings. Taoist cults grew, promising longevity and harmony. By the later Han, Buddhist monks from India began to appear, bringing new ideas of salvation and rebirth. The religious landscape was diverse, reflecting both tradition and innovation. The Han dynasty also left behind an extraordinary historical record. The historian Sima Qian, serving in the 1st century BCE, compiled the records of the grand historian, Shi Ji, a monumental work tracing China's past from mythic times to his present. Despite personal suffering, castrated after offending Emperor Wu, Sima Qian persisted in completing his history, which became the model for all later dynastic chronicles. His work ensured that the memory of Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Qin lived on, and that the Han itself would be remembered as part of a continuous story. Yet even this golden age was not free from problems. Factional struggles at court, burdensome taxes on peasants, and the power of noble families all strained the system. Corruption crept into bureaucracy, and powerful eunuchs gained influence over young emperors. By the end of the Eastern Han Rebellion flared. The Yellow Turban Rebellion of 100 CACE, led by Taoist-inspired peasant leaders, shook the empire. Though suppressed, it revealed deep social unrest. By 220 CE, the Han dynasty had fallen, splintering into rival kingdoms. Its golden age ended, but its legacy endured. Later dynasties would look back to the Han as a model of imperial grandeur, a standard to be emulated. The very name Han became synonymous with Chinese identity. To this day, the majority ethnic group in China call themselves the Han people. The Han dynasty was more than an age of emperors and conquests. It was the time when Chinese civilization took on its enduring form. Centralized government, Confucian ideology, technological progress, and cultural flourishing. It was an age when China first reached beyond its borders, linking itself to the wider world. And though it eventually fractured, the Han Golden Age remained a touchstone, a memory of stability and brilliance that would guide China through centuries of change. As the Han collapsed, China entered a long period of division, the Age of the Three Kingdoms, when rival warlords contended for supremacy. It was an age of strife, but also of legend, when stories of heroes and battles would become immortal in Chinese culture. Han's collapse and three kingdoms. The grandeur of the Han had lasted for centuries, But even golden ages erode under the weight of their own contradictions. By the late 2nd century CE, the Eastern Han dynasty was exhausted. Its bureaucracy was riddled with corruption. Its court dominated by eunuchs and factions. Its farmers burdened by taxes and labor service. Natural disasters struck with uncanny frequency. Floods, droughts, locusts, interpreted by many as heaven's displeasure. Beneath the surface of imperial order, discontent was brewing. The most dramatic eruption came in 104 CE, when the Yellow Turban Rebellion swept across the empire. Led by Zhang Jue and his brothers, who preached a millenarian Taoist-inspired faith, hundreds of thousands of peasants rose up wearing yellow headscarves as their banner. They proclaimed that, "The blue heavens are dead, the yellow heavens shall rise," calling for a new age of justice. For a moment, it seemed as if the Han might be swept away entirely. Though the rebellion was brutally suppressed by imperial generals, the damage was lasting. The uprising revealed the fragility of the Han order and drained resources that the state could not spare. Military commanders who crushed the Yellow Turbans gained power and independence, carving out spheres of influence that eclipsed the authority of the emperor. The dynasty staggered on, but its days were numbered. By the early 3rd century CE, the empire fractured into rival warlord regimes. The emperor remained in Luoyang and later Chang'an, but he was little more than a puppet passed between competing factions. Among the most powerful figures were Cao Cao in the north, Sun Quan in the southeast, and Liu Bei in the west. Their rivalries, alliances, and betrayals set the stage for one of the most famous eras in Chinese history, the Three Kingdoms, 220 to 280 CE. Cao Cao, a brilliant but ruthless strategist, rose from modest origins to dominate northern China. Though often vilified in later literature as a cunning villain, he was an able administrator and military leader. He consolidated the north, strengthened agriculture, and built disciplined armies. His state of Wei, headquartered at Luoyang and later Xuchang, was the most powerful of the three. In the south, Sun Quan inherited leadership from his elder brother Sun Ce and established the kingdom of Wu, based in the lower Yangtze Valley. Wu was rich in resources, with fertile lands and access to maritime trade. Its naval strength allowed it to control the rivers and defend against northern invasions. To the west, Liu Bei, claiming descent from the Han royal family, presented himself as the true heir of legitimacy. With the help of his brilliant advisor Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei carved out the kingdom of Shu, based in Sichuan. Though smaller and less powerful than Wei or Wu, Shu was protected by mountains and inspired loyalty through its claim to Han heritage. The Three Kingdoms era was marked by constant warfare, shifting alliances, and legendary battles. The most famous of these was the Battle of Red Cliffs, 208 CE, where a coalition of Sun Quan and Liu Bei defeated Cao Cao's massive northern fleet on the Yangtze River. Using fire ships and clever strategy, the smaller southern forces turned the tide, preventing Cao Cao from unifying China under his rule. Red Cliffs became immortalized as one of the great turning points of Chinese history. Despite moments of brilliance, the Three Kingdoms were locked in stalemate. Wei held the north, Wu the southeast, Shu the west. Diplomats negotiated, spies infiltrated, armies marched ceaselessly, but no state could fully conquer the others. The era became legendary not only for its battles, but also for its characters, generals, advisors, and rulers whose loyalty, cunning, or bravery captured the imagination of later generations. This was the world later immortalized in the epic novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written in the 14th century, but drawing on the histories of the 3rd century. Figures like Guan Yu, revered for his loyalty and martial skill, and Zhuge Liang, celebrated for his wisdom and foresight, became cultural icons. Their stories, though embellished by legend, reflect the values of loyalty, strategy, and resilience that the age inspired. Life for ordinary people during this era was difficult. Endless warfare meant heavy conscription and taxation. Fields were abandoned, villages destroyed, and populations displaced. Yet local cultures persisted, and even amid chaos, trade continued along rivers and roads. The resilience of Chinese society is evident. Even when political order collapsed, the rhythms of agriculture, family, and ritual endured. By 263 CE, Wei conquered Shu, ending Liu Bei's dream of restoring the Han. Yet only a few years later, in 265 CE, the Wei dynasty itself was usurped by the powerful Sima family, who established the Jin dynasty. Finally, in 280 CE, the Jin conquered Wu, reuniting China after nearly a century of division. The Three Kingdoms era was over, but its legacy endured in memory, literature, and culture. For later generations, the Three Kingdoms represented both tragedy and inspiration. It was a time of disunity and suffering, but also of heroism and ingenuity. Its stories became moral lessons, its figures cultural archetypes. To this day, the tales of loyalty, betrayal, and strategy from this age remain deeply woven into Chinese identity. Thus, from the collapse of the Han, through the chaos of rebellion and warlordism, China entered an age of division that was as fertile for legend as it was destructive in reality. And though the Jin dynasty briefly reunited the land, the cycle of unity and fragmentation was far from over. Ahead lay centuries of upheaval when nomadic invasions, shifting dynasties, and cultural transformations would continue to shape the vast tapestry of China's history. Jin and Northern invasions. The reunification of China under the Western Jin dynasty, 265 to 316 CE, brought for a brief moment the promise of stability after nearly a century of civil war. Founded by the Sima family, who seized power from the state of Wei and then conquered Wu in 280 CE, the Jin dynasty seemed to restore the ancient dream of a single empire under heaven. Yet this unity was fragile. Within a generation it would splinter under the weight of internal conflict and foreign invasions, plunging China into centuries of division and turmoil. The Sima family's rise began in Wei. Sima Yi, a brilliant general and strategist, had long served the Cao family, but in time he outmaneuvered his masters. His descendants consolidated power until Sima Yan, grandson of Sima Yi, forced the last Wei emperor to abdicate in 2565 CE, declaring himself Emperor Wu of Jin. With formidable armies and political cunning, he completed the conquest of Wu in 280 CE, bringing all three kingdoms under Jin control. For the first time since the collapse of the Han, China was whole. On the surface, the Western Jin enjoyed prosperity. The capital at Luoyang became a glittering center of politics and culture. Aristocratic families rebuilt their fortunes, patronizing scholars, poets, and calligraphers. Agricultural lands ravaged during the Three Kingdoms were slowly restored. Temples were built, rituals performed, and the imperial court claimed the mandate of heaven anew. Yet beneath this surface fissures spread. The Jin court was dominated by powerful aristocratic clans, each vying for influence. Instead of strengthening the throne, Emperor Wu distributed land and titles lavishly to his relatives, creating a bloated nobility that drained resources and fueled rivalry. The bureaucracy, already swollen with competing interests, became paralyzed by corruption. The most destructive crisis came in the early 4th century. The War of the Eight Princes, 291 to 306 CE. After Emperor Wu's death, his young heir, Emperor Hui, ascended the throne. Hui was mentally unfit to rule, leaving regents and princes to battle for control. Over 15 years, 8 imperial princes and their armies turned the empire into a battlefield. Cities were looted, fields burned, and millions displaced. The civil wars shattered what unity the Jin had briefly achieved, leaving the dynasty vulnerable to outside threats. Those threats came swiftly from the north and west. Nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples had long interacted with Chinese states, sometimes trading, sometimes raiding, sometimes serving as mercenaries in Chinese armies. During the Han and later, groups such as the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Qiang, and Di had settled inside China's frontiers. Under the strong hand of a unified state, they were manageable. Under the chaos of the Jin, they became a force of their own. In the early 4th century, these groups seized their chance. Formerly subordinate tribes rose in rebellion, carving out kingdoms across northern China. The most powerful of these were the Xiongnu, who captured the Jin capital Luoyang in 311 CE and then Chang'an in 316 CE, forcing Emperor Hui of Jin into captivity. Northern China fell into fragmentation, with numerous non-Han kingdoms vying for dominance. This era, remembered as the 16 Kingdoms, 304 to 439 CE, saw waves of invasion, shifting alliances, and the establishment of states by groups who had once lived on the margins of the Chinese world. The collapse of Jin rule in the north forced the dynasty to retreat. In 317 CE, surviving princes of the Sima family fled south of the Yangtze River, establishing the Eastern Jin dynasty, 317 to 420 CE, with its capital at Jiankang, modern Nanjing. Though far weaker than the Han or the Western Jin, the Eastern Jin preserved a measure of legitimacy from their southern base. The emperors maintained a Chinese court, performed rituals, and claimed continuity with past dynasties. For many in the south, the Jin represented the cultural heart of China. Even as the north remained fractured, life under the Eastern Jin and the northern kingdoms was marked by dislocation but also cultural transformation. Millions of refugees fled southward, carrying with them traditions of northern China, Confucian learning, courtly etiquette, and aristocratic lineages. In the south, they mingled with local populations, creating a new blend of cultures that would shape the lower Yangtze region for centuries. The south became a refuge of Chinese continuity, while the north became a cauldron of ethnic diversity and political experimentation. Religion also shifted dramatically in this era. Buddhism, introduced earlier along the Silk Road, took deep root during the centuries of division. The promise of salvation and release from suffering resonated in a world torn by war and instability. Monasteries spread across both north and south, supported by rulers and commoners alike. Buddhist monks translated scriptures from Sanskrit into Chinese, adapting the new faith to Chinese language and thought. Taoism also grew, developing organized religious movements that blended philosophy with ritual alchemy and a search for immortality. These spiritual currents reshaped Chinese society, offering hope amid disunity. The Jin and the 16 Kingdoms also left a legacy of literature and art. Aristocrats displaced from the north gathered in southern courts, producing poetry that spoke of exile, loss, and the longing for past glory. The famous 7 sages of the bamboo grove embodied this spirit, a group of intellectuals who retreated from politics to live simply, drinking wine, playing music, and writing poetry. Their works reflect both despair at political corruption and a search for personal freedom. Meanwhile, the northern kingdoms developed their own distinctive styles. Xianbei, Xiongnu, and other rulers adopted elements of Chinese administration, language, and culture. Even as they maintained their own traditions, they built cities, sponsored Buddhist temples, and engaged in diplomacy. Though often dismissed by later historians as barbarian regimes, these states played a crucial role in spreading Buddhism and integrating diverse peoples into the fabric of Chinese civilization. By the end of the 4th century, the eastern Jin in the south survived precariously, while the north remained fragmented. The dream of unity seemed distant, yet out of this division, a new synthesis was emerging. The Chinese world was no longer purely Han in identity, but increasingly multi-ethnic and multicultural. Buddhism was no longer a foreign faith, but an integral part of spiritual life. The South was no longer peripheral, but a major cultural and political center. Thus, the Jin dynasty and the northern invasions mark a turning point. The brief unity after the 3 kingdoms gave way to disunion, but in that disunion China was remade. The cycles of collapse and renewal continued as they always had, but the cultural landscape was transformed in ways that would endure. The centuries of invasion and fragmentation that followed would test China's resilience. Yet from these trials, new dynasties would rise, new philosophies would flourish, and the continuity of Chinese civilization would prove itself once again. Ahead lay the Sui and Tang, dynasties that would reunite the land and bring Chinese culture to dazzling heights. But first, China would endure nearly 3 centuries of division, its spirit tempered by hardship and renewed through adaptation. Sui's ambitious reunification. For nearly 3 centuries after the fall of the Western Jin, China remained divided. Dynasties rose and fell in the north, founded by non-Han peoples such as the Xianbei, while the south was governed by successive Chinese dynasties, continuing the legacy of the Eastern Jin. This was the time of the northern and southern dynasties, 420 to 589 CE, a period of cultural florescence but political fragmentation. The North and South developed distinctive identities. The North, hardened by warfare and shaped by nomadic traditions. The South, refined by aristocratic culture and immersed in poetry, calligraphy, and Taoist retreats. Buddhism flourished across both, bridging the divide with its monasteries and teachings of salvation. Yet the dream of unity, deeply ingrained in Chinese memory since the Qin and Han, never vanished. It would take the determination and the ruthlessness of a new dynasty to achieve it. That dynasty was the Sui, 581 to 618 CE. The Sui dynasty was born out of the north, By the late 6th century, the northern Zhou dynasty held sway over much of northern China. Into this court rose Yang Jian, a skilled general and political operator. In 581 CE, he seized power, declaring himself Emperor Wen of Sui. With his authority secure, Yang Jian turned to the great task that had eluded countless rulers for centuries: the reunification of North and South. In 589 CE, his armies marched against the Chen dynasty, the last of the southern dynasties, whose capital was at Jiankang, modern Nanjing. The Chen were weakened by corruption and internal strife, and their resistance collapsed. Sui forces crossed the Yangtze, captured Jiankang, and ended centuries of division. After almost 300 years, China was once again united under a single dynasty. The reunification achieved by the Sui was more than military conquest. It was also an administrative and cultural consolidation. Emperor Wen imposed a highly centralized bureaucracy modeled partly on Qin efficiency, but softened by Confucian ideals. He revived the civil service examinations, testing officials on their knowledge of Confucian classics, thereby reducing the dominance of aristocratic families. Laws were codified, taxes regularized, and land was redistributed under the equal field system. Designed to ensure fairness and secure state revenue, these measures strengthened the dynasty's grip on power and laid the groundwork for the flourishing Tang dynasty that followed. Among the Sui's most ambitious achievements was the construction of the Grand Canal, stretching eventually over 1,000 miles. The canal linked the fertile Yangtze basin of the south with the political centers of the north. It allowed grain from the southern provinces to be shipped efficiently to northern capitals, sustaining armies and populations. Beyond economic utility, the canal symbolized unity, a great artery binding disparate regions into one body. Its construction, however, demanded immense labor, with countless peasants conscripted to dig, haul, and build. Many perished, leaving bitterness even as the empire celebrated its achievement. Emperor Wen's reign was remembered for frugality, stability, and religious tolerance. A devout Buddhist, he supported monasteries and promoted Buddhism as a unifying moral force across the empire. At the same time, he respected Confucian traditions and Taoist practices, weaving together the three great strands of Chinese thought. His governance balanced severity with vision, securing the foundations of the dynasty. Yet the Sui's ambition soon overreached. Emperor Wen was succeeded by his son, Emperor Yang, Art 604 to 618 CE. A man of great energy but reckless extravagance, Yang Di inherited the powerful machinery his father had built. But he sought glory on a scale that strained the empire to breaking. Emperor Yang expanded the Grand Canal, completing vast stretches and using it to parade his power, sailing in magnificent dragon barges with entourages of officials and concubines. He commissioned massive building projects, including new palaces and expansions of the capital. These works impressed contemporaries with their scale, but exhausted the treasury and the people. Most disastrously, Emperor Yang launched enormous military campaigns against the Korean kingdom of Goguryeo in the early 7th century. Determined to extend Chinese authority across the Korean peninsula, he conscripted hundreds of thousands of men, sending them on grueling expeditions across mountains and rivers. The campaigns ended in failure, with heavy losses of men and resources. Soldiers died not only in battle, but from disease, hunger, and exhaustion. Peasants forced from their fields to serve faced famine at home. Resentment spread rapidly. Heavy taxes, relentless labor demands, and military disasters fueled uprisings across the empire. Bandit leaders proclaimed themselves kings, and regional generals turned against the throne. In 618 CE, as rebellions engulfed the land, Emperor Yang was assassinated by his own ministers. The Sui dynasty, which had reunited China with such promise, collapsed after only 37 years of rule. Though short-lived, the Sui dynasty's impact was profound. Its reunification of North and South ended centuries of division and re-established the vision of a single empire. Its reforms in law, land distribution, and bureaucracy created structures that endured into the Tang. And its greatest project, the Grand Canal, remained the lifeline of Chinese commerce for centuries, carrying rice, silk, and people across the empire. The Sui is often remembered as a dynasty of extremes. Emperor Wen, the frugal unifier, who built foundations with wisdom and restraint. Emperor Yang, the extravagant dreamer, whose ambitions exceeded the capacity of his people to endure. Together they embodied the tension between vision and overreach that haunts every empire. The fall of the Sui cleared the way for one of China's most illustrious dynasties. In the turbulence of rebellion, a new power rose from the northwestern frontier, led by the Li family. In 618 CE, Li Yuan declared himself emperor, founding the Tang dynasty. Where the Sui had faltered, the Tang would triumph, presiding over an age of prosperity, culture, and international influence that would make China the envy of the medieval world. The Sui's ambitious reunification, though brief, was not in vain. It reset the course of history, reuniting a fractured land and creating the conditions for renewal. In its short flame, the Sui burned brightly, illuminating both the potential of empire and the dangers of overextension. Out of its ashes, the Tang would rise, carrying Chinese civilization to dazzling heights. Tang's flourishing cosmopolis. With the fall of the Sui in 618 CE, China once again faced rebellion, war, and uncertainty. Yet out of the turmoil, a dynasty emerged that would not only stabilize the empire, but elevate Chinese civilization to one of its greatest heights. This was the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE. Remembered as a golden age of cosmopolitan culture, political strength, and artistic brilliance. Where the Sui had overreached and collapsed, the Tang built wisely upon their foundations, creating an empire that became the beating heart of East Asia and a beacon of civilization admired far beyond its borders. The Tang was founded by Li Yuan, a general of noble background who seized power amid the collapse of the Sui. He declared himself Emperor Gaozu in 618, establishing his capital at Chang'an, modern Xi'an. Soon his son Li Shimin proved himself a brilliant strategist and statesman. After defeating rival warlords and even his own brothers in a bloody struggle, Li Shimin ascended the throne in 626 as Emperor Taizong. His reign marked the true beginning of Tang greatness. Taizong combined military skill with administrative wisdom. He reformed the bureaucracy, reducing corruption and improving the civil service examination system that had begun under the Han. He rewarded merit, not just birth, appointing capable officials who strengthened the state. He also codified laws into a system known as the Tang Code, a balanced mixture of Confucian ethics and legalist enforcement. The Tang Code became a model for East Asia, influencing Japan, Korea, and Vietnam for centuries. Militarily, the Tang extended China's reach farther than almost any dynasty before or since. Campaigns pushed into Central Asia, establishing Chinese influence along the Silk Road as far as modern-day Afghanistan. In the northeast, the Tang fought against the Goguryeo Kingdom of Korea, while in the south they extended power into Vietnam. Envoys and merchants from as far as Persia, India, and Arabia arrived at the Tang court, bringing tribute and gifts. Chang'an became a hub of global exchange, one of the largest and most cosmopolitan cities in the world. The capital itself was a marvel. With a population exceeding 1 million at its height, Chang'an was a carefully planned city of wide boulevards, walled wards, bustling markets, and glittering palaces. Foreign merchants filled its bazaars, trading silk, porcelain, and tea for glassware, spices, and precious stones. Buddhist monks from India, Nestorian Christians from the Middle East, and Zoroastrians from Persia all found a place in the city. The mix of languages, foods, and fashions made Chang'an a cosmopolitan center unmatched in medieval Eurasia. Culturally, the Tang era produced some of China's greatest poetry and art. Poets like Li Bai and Du Fu wrote verses that captured both the grandeur of the empire and the fragility of human life. Li Bai's soaring romanticism and Du Fu's sober reflections on war and hardship remain treasured in Chinese literature. Painters created landscapes that expressed both the vastness of nature and the solitude of the human spirit. Calligraphy was elevated to high art, with masters like Yan Zhenqing setting standards still admired today. Music and dance, influenced by Central Asia and beyond, filled the courts with exotic rhythms and colors. Religion flourished in diversity. Buddhism reached its greatest influence, with massive monasteries, pilgrimages, and translations of sacred texts. The monk Xuanzang, who traveled to India and returned with volumes of scriptures, became a symbol of Buddhist devotion and cross-cultural exchange. Taoism also thrived, especially since the Tang emperors claimed descent from Lao Tzu, using Taoist legitimacy to bolster their rule. Confucianism remained the framework of the state, ensuring order and hierarchy. Even foreign religions like Manichaeism, Nestorian Christianity, and Zoroastrianism found followers in Tang China, reflecting its openness to the wider world. The Tang dynasty was not without challenges. In the mid-8th century, Emperor Xuanzang presided over the empire's peak, but also its most dangerous crisis, the An Lushan Rebellion, 755 to 763 CE. An Lushan, a general of mixed Sogdian and Turkish heritage, commanded massive armies on the northern frontier. He turned against the court, leading one of the largest uprisings in Chinese history. His forces captured Chang'an and Luoyang, forcing the emperor to flee. Though the rebellion was eventually crushed, it devastated the empire, costing millions of lives and weakening central authority. In the aftermath, the Tang never fully recovered its former strength. Regional governors known as jia gained increasing autonomy, commanding their own armies and collecting taxes. The central government relied on them for defense, but their power eroded imperial control. Nevertheless, the Tang endured for another century and a half, continuing to produce cultural brilliance, even as its political foundations weakened. The role of women in the Tang era also stands out in history. The most famous example is Empress Wu Zetian, Arja 690 to 705 CE, who declared herself emperor, the only woman in Chinese history to hold the title in her own right. Wu Zetian was a formidable ruler, promoting Buddhism, strengthening the examination system, and ruling with authority. Though vilified by some later Confucian historians, she was respected in her time for her ability to govern and her intelligence in navigating the dangerous politics of court. Tang women in general enjoyed more freedom than in later dynasties, participating in sports like polo, wearing elaborate fashions, and sometimes taking roles in politics and the arts. Even as the Tang weakened in its later centuries, its cultural impact remained immense. Chinese writing, law, and institutions spread to Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, forming the basis of East Asia's shared civilization. Japan's Nara and Heian courts modeled themselves on Tang Chang'an, while Korea's Silla dynasty adopted Tang-style institutions. The Tang dynasty became a reference point not only for Chinese greatness, but for the broader East Asian world. By the 9th century, internal struggles, corruption, and natural disasters strained the dynasty. The spread of powerful warlords further fragmented authority, and peasant rebellions erupted. In 907 CE, the Tang dynasty finally fell, replaced by a series of short-lived regimes in what became known as the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. Yet the Tang's legacy endured. It was remembered as an era when China was the center of the world, confident in its power and radiant in its culture. Poets, painters, monks, and merchants had flourished under its protection. Its laws and institutions provided models for centuries, and its cosmopolitan openness left a mark that continued to inspire even as later dynasties turned inward. Thus, the Tang dynasty stands as one of the high points of Chinese history. It was a flourishing cosmopolis, a world where cultures met, where art and literature soared, and where the empire reached out confidently to the horizons of Asia. The Tang revealed what Chinese civilization could achieve at its fullest, and its memory became an enduring standard against which later dynasties would be measured. Tang decline and fragmentation. The Tang dynasty had risen with brilliance, unified the empire, and made Chang'an the marvel of the medieval world. But empires, no matter how radiant, are not eternal. After centuries of power, the Tang gradually weakened. Its decline was not a sudden collapse, but a slow unraveling, brought on by rebellion, decentralization, court intrigue, and the weight of empire itself. The story of Tang decline reveals how even a golden age can fracture, and how resilience can give way to fragmentation. The first great shock came with the An Lushan Rebellion, 755 to 763 CE, already introduced in the previous chapter, but deserving fuller attention here. An Lushan, a frontier general of Sogdian and Turkic descent, commanded massive armies along the northern borders. He was favored at court, especially by Emperor Xuanzong and the emperor's beloved consort Yang Guifei. But ambition outweighed loyalty. In 755, An Lushan declared himself emperor of a new dynasty and marched his armies into the heart of China. His forces captured both Chang'an and Luoyang, forcing Xuanzong to flee south. In the chaos, the emperor's entourage turned against Yang Guifei, blaming her family's influence for the disaster. Under pressure, Xuanzong ordered her execution, one of the most tragic and famous moments in Chinese cultural memory. The rebellion raged for years, devastating cities and countryside alike. By the time it was finally suppressed, tens of millions were dead, one of the deadliest conflicts in human history. Though the Tang dynasty survived, it was never the same. Central authority was fatally weakened. To defeat An Lushan, the court had relied on regional military governors, the Jiedushi, who commanded their own armies and controlled taxation in their provinces. After the rebellion, these governors became semi-independent warlords. They acknowledged the Tang emperor in name, but ruled their territories as personal domains. The dynasty endured, but power had shifted irreversibly away from the throne. In the later 8th and 9th centuries, the Tang court became a stage for endless intrigue. Eunuchs who controlled access to the emperor grew immensely powerful. At times they dominated appointments, commanded palace troops, and even deposed emperors. Scholar officials resented their influence, while aristocrats struggled to reclaim power. The once orderly bureaucracy turned into a web of factions, each scheming for advantage. Economic strains compounded political weakness. The equal field system of land distribution, a hallmark of Tang governance, began to break down as aristocratic families and monasteries amassed large estates. Peasants lost land and fell into debt, fueling resentment. Heavy taxes to fund wars and court luxuries further burdened commoners. Natural disasters, from droughts to floods, deepened the misery. For many, the dynasty no longer seemed to embody heaven's mandate. Religious life, too, reflected both vibrancy and tension. Buddhism, long supported by Tang emperors, reached extraordinary heights during this era. Monasteries owned vast tracts of land, sheltered peasants, and accumulated wealth. Monks traveled widely, translating scriptures and spreading devotion. Pilgrimages to sacred mountains flourished, and Buddhist art filled caves and temples with dazzling murals and statues. But this very success provoked backlash. Confucian officials argued that monasteries drained resources from the state and encouraged idleness. Taoists, favored by the Tang imperial family, resented Buddhist influence. The clash culminated in the Great Suppression of Buddhism, 845 CE, under Emperor Wuzong. Thousands of monasteries were closed. Hundreds of thousands of monks and nuns were forced to return to lay life. Buddhist lands were confiscated. Though Buddhism survived and revived, the suppression revealed how fragile even the strongest institutions could be. When political winds shifted, foreign pressures also mounted along the Silk Road. The Tang lost influence after defeats against Tibetan and Arab forces in Central Asia. In 751 at the Battle of Talas, Tang troops were defeated by the Abbasid Caliphate, marking the limit of Chinese westward expansion. In the north, nomadic groups like the Uyghurs alternately allied with and threatened the dynasty, demanding tribute in exchange for military aid. China remained a great power, but it was increasingly hemmed in by external challenges. Despite these difficulties, the Tang continued to produce cultural brilliance. Poets like Du Fu and Bai Juyi chronicled the turmoil of the times, capturing both the grandeur of empire and the suffering of ordinary people. Painters turned their gaze inward, emphasizing the beauty of landscapes and the fragility of human existence. Calligraphers refined their art, while music and dance at court retained their cosmopolitan richness. Even in decline, Tang culture glowed with vitality. By the late 9th century, however, rebellion returned with renewed force. The most devastating was the Huangqiao Rebellion, 874 to 884 CE, a massive peasant uprising led by a salt merchant who turned against oppressive taxes and corrupt officials. His armies swept across the empire, sacking both Chang'an and Luoyang. Though the rebellion was eventually crushed, the Tang was fatally weakened. The dynasty lingered on for 2 more decades, but its authority was hollow. In 907 CE, the last Tang emperor was forced to abdicate, and China fragmented into regional kingdoms in what became known as the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, 907 to 960 CE. For half a century, rival regimes rose and fell. Warlords carved out territories, and the dream of unity faded once again. Yet the Tang's legacy could not be erased. Even as it collapsed, its cultural achievements remained unparalleled. Its legal code influenced East Asia for centuries. Its poetry became the standard of literary excellence. Its openness to the world left a memory of cosmopolitan exchange that later dynasties alternately emulated and rejected. In the Chinese imagination, the Tang endured as one of the brightest ages, remembered not for its decline, but for its flourishing heights. Thus the Tang dynasty, radiant and turbulent, reveals the paradox of history. Its greatness was real, but so was its fragility. Its cosmopolitan brilliance dazzled, but its political foundations eroded. In its fall, it prepared the way for new experiments in governance, new syntheses of culture, and eventually new dynasties that would seek to recover the grandeur it once embodied. Song Scholar Officials. The fall of the Tang in 907 CE ushered in a half-century of turmoil known as the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, 907 to 960 CE. Northern China saw a rapid succession of short-lived dynasties, each rising and collapsing in turn, while the south fractured into regional kingdoms. It was a time of political instability, but also of remarkable cultural vitality. Painters, poets, and thinkers thrived in southern courts, even as warlords clashed for power. Out of this turbulence, a new dynasty emerged in the mid-10th century, one that would endure for more than 3 centuries. The Song Dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE. The Song dynasty was founded by Zhao Kuangyin, a general who staged a coup in 960 CE, persuading his troops to proclaim him emperor, known posthumously as Emperor Taizu. Zhao moved swiftly to consolidate power. Instead of allowing generals to hold independent authority as Tang warlords had done, he rotated commanders, placed military power under civilian control, and built a government that prioritized administration over conquest. His dynasty would be defined not by cavalry charges or territorial expansion, but by its remarkable bureaucracy and the rise of a new class of officials, the scholar gentry. At the heart of Song governance was the civil service examination system. While the examinations had existed in earlier dynasties, the Song elevated them to unprecedented importance. Candidates studied Confucian classics, memorizing texts, and composing essays to demonstrate both knowledge and moral reasoning. Success in the examinations allowed men from diverse backgrounds, at least in theory, to enter government service. In practice, the wealthy still had advantages, but the system weakened the old aristocratic families and created a new elite based on learning rather than birth. This class of scholar officials became the backbone of the Song dynasty. They served as administrators, magistrates, and advisors, managing taxation, justice, and local governance. Their education instilled Confucian values of duty, propriety, and benevolence, shaping the tone of government. Scholar officials also became patrons of art, literature, and philosophy, leaving a cultural legacy as enduring as the political institutions they built. The Song capital of Kaifeng, and later Hangzhou, in the southern Song period, became centers of vibrant urban life. Markets bustled with merchants selling silk, porcelain, and tea. Street performers entertained crowds, and restaurants served delicacies to city dwellers. Printing technology advanced with the invention of movable type, making books more accessible, fueling a boom in literacy and scholarship. Song society was among the most urbanized in the world, with millions living in cities that dwarfed most of their European contemporaries. Economically, the Song dynasty experienced extraordinary growth. Advances in agriculture, such as the introduction of fast-ripening rice from Champa in Vietnam, allowed farmers in the south to harvest multiple crops per year, sustaining larger populations. Iron tools, improved irrigation, and expanded markets boosted productivity. The Song also saw the world's first widespread use of paper money, reflecting a sophisticated economy with long-distance trade and financial innovation. Culturally, the Song era produced profound achievements in philosophy. The movement known as Neo-Confucianism arose, led by thinkers like Zhu Xi. Neo-Confucianism sought to reassert Confucian values while integrating metaphysical ideas from Taoism and Buddhism. It emphasized moral self-cultivation, the investigation of principles in nature, and the alignment of the human mind with cosmic order. These teachings would dominate Chinese intellectual life for centuries. In the arts, the Song era excelled in landscape painting, which reached new heights of subtlety and depth. Artists such as Fan Quan and Guo Shi created vast misty mountains that dwarfed the tiny figures of humans, evoking both awe at nature's grandeur and humility about mankind's place within it. Porcelain production flourished, with kilns producing ceramics of extraordinary refinement, prized across Asia and the Islamic world. Poetry continued as a vital art form, with the Sai-style lyric poems set to music capturing moods of elegance, melancholy, and longing. Science and technology also advanced dramatically. The Song produced innovations such as gunpowder weapons, the magnetic compass, and improvements in shipbuilding that allowed Chinese vessels to sail far across the seas. Printing, medicine, and mathematics all progressed. The Song era stands as one of the most inventive in Chinese history, a testament to the creativity of its scholar-official culture. Yet for all its brilliance, the Song faced enduring weaknesses. Its emphasis on civilian bureaucracy limited military strength. Nomadic powers on China's frontiers, such as the Khitan Liao dynasty, the Jurchen Jin dynasty, and later the Mongols, posed constant threats. The Song often paid tribute or ceded territory to maintain peace. In 1127, the Jurchen captured Kaifeng, forcing the Song court to retreat south to Hangzhou. From then until 1279, the dynasty ruled only southern China, known as the Southern Song. Despite the loss of the north, the Southern Song flourished economically and culturally. Hangzhou, set along the beautiful West Lake, became one of the world's largest and most prosperous cities. Marco Polo, visiting centuries later, marveled at its wealth and sophistication. Trade expanded overseas, with Song merchants sailing to Southeast Asia, India, and the Persian Gulf. Chinese porcelain, silk, and tea were exchanged for spices, gems, and exotic goods, making the Song economy deeply interconnected with the wider world. The scholar officials remained central, guiding the dynasty with their pens more than with swords. They prized refinement, education, and cultural achievement, creating a society remembered for elegance and innovation. But this reliance on civil governance left the Song vulnerable to powerful enemies beyond its borders. In the 13th century, a new power arose in the northern steppes, the Mongols, under the leadership of Genghis Khan and his successors. Their conquests would soon engulf both north and south, bringing an end to the Song and ushering in a new era under foreign rule. The Song dynasty's legacy, however, was immense. It demonstrated how learning, culture, and innovation could sustain a society even amid military challenges. Its scholar officials embodied a vision of governance rooted in morality, education, and service. Its cities thrived with commerce and cosmopolitanism. Its artists and philosophers reshaped Chinese identity, and its technologies transformed the world. Thus, the Song stands as a paradox in Chinese history: militarily vulnerable but culturally triumphant, politically fragile but economically vibrant. It was an age when pens often outweighed swords, when poetry and philosophy shaped governance, and when China's refinement reached dazzling heights even as shadows gathered along its borders. Mongol storm. By the 13th century, the refined world of the Song dynasty, its scholar officials, its bustling markets, its porcelain kilns, and its Neo-Confucian academies, existed under the looming shadow of a power unlike any China had faced before. From the vast steppes of Mongolia, a storm gathered. Nomadic horsemen, disciplined and relentless, forged under the leadership of Temujin, better known to history as Genghis Khan, swept outward in all directions. Their empire would become the largest contiguous land empire in human history, and in its path stood the divided Chinese world. The Mongols' rise began not with an empire, but with a fragmented steppe. In the late 12th century, Temujin united rival Mongol clans through charisma, military skill, and sheer determination. By 1206, he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, universal ruler. His armies, organized into disciplined units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, moved with extraordinary speed. They combined cavalry, archery, siegecraft, and psychological warfare, devastating enemies who underestimated them. By the 1220s, the Mongols had conquered vast stretches of Central Asia, Persia, and northern China. China at this time was divided between the southern Song dynasty in the south and two powerful non-Han dynasties in the north, the Western Xia, Tangut, and the Jin dynasty, Jurchen. Genghis Khan first turned his attention to the Western Xia, subduing them in 1227. The Jin, who had long rivaled the Song, faced the Mongol onslaught next. After decades of sieges and campaigns, the Mongols captured the Jin capital of Kaifeng in 1233, ending their rule. Northern China fell under Mongol control, its cities devastated by war. The Mongols' conquest was brutal. Cities that resisted were often annihilated, their populations massacred or enslaved. Yet the Mongols also incorporated skilled artisans, engineers, and administrators from conquered lands, using them to build their empire. Chinese siege engineers, Persian scholars, and Muslim merchants all found roles in the expanding Mongol world. The devastation of war was real, but so too was the unprecedented interconnection of Eurasia under Mongol rule. After Genghis Khan's death in 1227, his empire was divided among his descendants, but campaigns in China continued. His grandson, Kublai Khan, emerged as the most significant figure for Chinese history. In 1260, he became Great Khan, and he set his sights on completing the conquest of the Song. Unlike earlier Mongol rulers, Kublai sought not merely tribute, but to govern China as emperor. He adopted many Chinese administrative practices, moved the capital to what is now Beijing, and in 1271 declared the founding of the Yuan dynasty, presenting himself as the legitimate son of heaven. The conquest of the southern Song was long and arduous. The Song, though militarily weaker, resisted fiercely with fortified cities, strong naval fleets, and determined generals. For nearly 2 decades, battles raged across the Yangtze Basin. The Mongols adapted, building fleets of their own and using Chinese advisors to master river warfare. Finally, in 1279 CE, at the Battle of Yamen, the last Song fleet was cornered. The young Song emperor, a boy named Zhao Bing, was carried into the sea by loyal officials rather than be captured. With his death, the southern Song dynasty ended, and all of China fell under Mongol rule. The establishment of the Yuan dynasty, 1271 to 1368, marks the first time in history that all of China was ruled by foreign conquerors. Kublai Khan, though Mongol in heritage, styled himself a Chinese emperor. He maintained Mongol traditions at court, but he also employed Chinese officials, adopted elements of Confucian statecraft, and presented himself as the legitimate ruler under heaven. His court in Khanbalik, modern Beijing, became a dazzling cosmopolitan center where Mongols, Persians, Arabs, Central Asians, and Chinese mingled. Mongol rule brought contradictions. On one hand, the Yuan dynasty continued and expanded many aspects of Chinese governance: taxation, land administration, and the civil service. They supported trade, opening China to an unprecedented degree of contact with the wider world. The Silk Road flourished under Mongol protection, and maritime trade expanded across the South China Sea and Indian Ocean. Foreign travelers arrived at the Yuan court, the most famous being Marco Polo, who described China's wealth and sophistication to astonished Europeans. On the other hand, Mongol rule imposed hierarchies that privileged foreigners and steppe elites over native Chinese. Society was divided into 4 broad categories: Mongols at the top, then Central and Western Asians, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. The civil service examinations, long central to Chinese governance, were initially suspended. Many Chinese resented Mongol dominance, seeing them as outsiders who ruled with arrogance and relied heavily on non-Chinese administrators. Yet the Yuan period also fostered remarkable cultural and scientific exchange. Advances in astronomy, medicine, and mathematics flowed between China, Persia, and the Islamic world. Chinese technologies such as printing and gunpowder spread westward, while new crops and ideas arrived in China. The Mongol Empire created a vast network of interaction, knitting together Eurasia in ways previously unimaginable. Despite its achievements, the Yuan dynasty faced mounting difficulties. The costs of conquest and administration were enormous. Natural disasters, including floods and famine, fueled unrest. Heavy taxation and forced labor bred resentment among peasants. Corruption spread within the bureaucracy. And while the Mongols had conquered with unmatched ferocity, they struggled to sustain effective governance over China's vast and complex society. By the mid-14th century, rebellions simmered across the empire. Secret societies, often with Buddhist and Taoist millenarian beliefs, promised deliverance from Mongol rule. The most famous of these was the Red Turban Rebellion, which spread across the Yangtze Valley in the 1350s. Out of this uprising emerged a peasant monk turned general named Zhu Yuanzhang, who would eventually overthrow the Yuan and found the Ming dynasty. The Mongol storm, then, was both destructive and transformative. It shattered the old Song world, brought China under foreign rule, and connected it more directly than ever to the wider world. It revealed both the vulnerability of Chinese dynasties to external conquest and the resilience of Chinese culture, which continued to thrive even under foreign rulers. And it set the stage for a new era of revival under native leadership, when the Ming would rise from rebellion to rebuild Chinese pride and independence. Ming Restoration. The Yuan dynasty had brought China into the vast Mongol world, linking it to Persia, India, and Europe. But Mongol rule never fully rooted itself in Chinese society. By the 14th century, years of famine, floods, epidemics, and heavy taxation strained the empire to the breaking point. Rebellions erupted across the land, fueled by resentment of foreign domination and by religious movements that promised cosmic renewal. Out of this turmoil rose one of China's most enduring native dynasties, the Ming, 1368 to 1644 CE. Its very name, meaning brilliant, reflected a determination to restore Chinese pride after a century of Mongol rule. The fall of the Yuan began with the Red Turban Rebellion in the 1350s. Rooted in Buddhist and Taoist millenarian sects, the rebels wore red headscarves as a symbol of resistance. They proclaimed the coming of the Maitreya Buddha and called for the overthrow of corrupt rulers. Among their ranks was a poor peasant-turned-monk named Zhu Yuanzhang. Orphaned as a child, Zhu had wandered from monastery to monastery begging for food before joining the rebellion. Through cunning, discipline, and determination, he rose steadily through its ranks, commanding loyal followers and building a formidable army. By the 1360s, Zhu controlled much of central China. In 1368 CE, his forces captured Dadu, modern Beijing, the Yuan capital. The last Mongol emperor fled north into the steppes, and Zhu declared the founding of the Ming dynasty, taking the reign title Hongwu Emperor. Under his leadership, the Mongols were expelled from China proper, and native rule was restored. The early Ming under Hongwu was a time of reconstruction. Determined to prevent the chaos and corruption that had plagued the Yuan, the emperor centralized power around himself. He distrusted officials, limiting their authority and relying heavily on personal decrees. The civil service examinations were reinstated, drawing officials from the Confucian-educated elite, but Hongwu often bypassed them in favor of his own judgment. Laws were codified into the Great Ming Code, blending Confucian ethics with practical regulations. Hongwu sought to rebuild agriculture, the backbone of the empire. Land was redistributed to peasants, taxes were standardized, and efforts were made to repair irrigation systems and canals. Villages were organized into collective units responsible for mutual accountability in taxes and security. For common farmers, life under the early Ming was harsh but stable, a welcome contrast to the anarchy of late Yuan times. The Hongwu emperor's rule was marked by both vision and severity. He worked tirelessly to strengthen the state, but ruled with suspicion and harsh punishments. Fearing plots, he launched purges that executed tens of thousands of officials. Yet his efforts gave the Ming dynasty a strong foundation that endured long after his death. His son, the Yongle Emperor, 1402 to 1424, carried the dynasty to new heights. After seizing the throne in a coup, Yongle moved the capital north to Beijing, closer to the steppe frontier where threats from the Mongols remained. There he built the Forbidden City, a vast walled palace complex that symbolized imperial majesty and became the heart of Chinese governance for centuries. The Forbidden City, with its red walls, golden roofs, and imposing gates, embodied the grandeur of the restored Chinese state. Yongle also revived China's global engagement. He sponsored the famous voyages of Zheng He, a Muslim eunuch admiral who commanded massive fleets of treasure ships. Between 1405 and 1433, Zheng He's armadas sailed across the South China Sea, through the Indian Ocean, and as far as the coast of Africa. These expeditions displayed Chinese power, collected tribute, and fostered trade. At their peak, Zheng He's fleets dwarfed anything in Europe, carrying thousands of sailors, soldiers, and diplomats. Despite their scale, the voyages did not establish lasting overseas colonies or empires. After Yongle's death, subsequent emperors curtailed them, focusing instead on internal stability and defense against nomadic threats. China turned inward, letting maritime power wane, even as European nations later ventured across oceans. Yet Zheng He's voyages remain a symbol of the Ming dynasty's ambition and capacity for global influence. The Ming era was also marked by cultural revival. Neo-Confucianism flourished, guiding education and governance. Printing spread books widely, including encyclopedias and classic texts. Ming porcelain, with its iconic blue and white designs, became prized worldwide. Literature blossomed, with novels like Journey to the West and Water Margin capturing popular imagination. Art emphasized elegance and vivid brushwork, reflecting both courtly refinement and popular creativity. Economically, the Ming benefited from a surge in global trade. Chinese silk, porcelain, and tea flowed to markets in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and eventually Europe. Silver, mined in Japan and later in the Americas, poured into China, fueling commerce and tax revenues. Markets in Ming cities bustled with merchants, artisans, and farmers. Urban life grew lively, with theaters, tea houses, and marketplaces reflecting both wealth and social dynamism. Yet the Ming's brilliance carried shadows. The court's reliance on eunuchs, who served as imperial agents and often gained enormous influence, led to corruption and intrigue. Landed elites accumulated wealth and power despite laws to restrain them. Peasant burdens grew heavier in times of famine or disaster. Military campaigns against steppe nomads and internal rebels drained resources. Over time, the dynasty's vigor ebbed. Still, the early Ming represented a profound restoration. After the storm of Mongol rule, China reclaimed its sovereignty, rebuilt its institutions, and projected confidence both inward and outward. The Forbidden City rose as a symbol of authority. Zheng He's fleets sailed as proof of ambition. Porcelain glowed from kilns as a mark of artistic mastery. The Ming Dynasty embodied the resilience of Chinese civilization, its ability to fall under foreign conquest and rise again with renewed brilliance. In time, however, even the Ming would face decline. Fiscal strains, court corruption, factionalism, and new external threats would erode its strength. By the 17th century, internal rebellions and foreign conquest would bring the dynasty to its end. But for nearly 3 centuries, the Ming stood as a proud native dynasty, a restoration of Chinese rule after Mongol domination, and a reminder of the enduring cycles of Chinese history. Ming decline and fall. The Ming Dynasty, founded in triumph after expelling the Mongols, reached dazzling heights of culture, architecture, and maritime ambition. Yet, like all dynasties before it, time eroded its vigor. By the 16th and 17th centuries, the Ming found itself trapped in a tightening web of internal weakness and external pressure. What had begun as a restoration of Chinese pride gradually gave way to factional strife, corruption, peasant unrest, and foreign invasion. The fall of the Ming Dynasty in 1644 CE was one of the most dramatic collapses in Chinese history, remembered for both tragedy and transition. The seeds of decline were sown in the very structures that had sustained early Ming strength. The centralization of authority in the emperor's hands gave immense power, but it also made governance vulnerable to weak or distracted rulers. Over time, emperors retreated from active leadership, leaving affairs of state in the hands of court factions. Eunuchs, who served in the inner palace, grew increasingly influential. Some, like the notorious Wei Zhongxian in the early 17th century, wielded power equal to prime ministers, filling offices with loyalists and punishing rivals. Scholar officials trained in the Confucian classics resented eunuch dominance, and bitter factional struggles paralyzed the court. Economically, the Ming Empire was vast and dynamic. Chinese goods, silk, porcelain, and tea were in demand across Asia and beyond. The empire's economy became increasingly tied to the global flow of silver, much of it mined in Japan and later shipped from Spanish colonies in the Americas. Taxes were collected in silver, which worked smoothly as long as silver flowed steadily. But by the 17th century, disruptions in trade, combined with a decline in silver imports, triggered severe fiscal crisis. Farmers unable to pay taxes abandoned land. Markets suffered shortages. Inflation and famine followed, further fueling unrest. Natural disasters compounded these woes. Floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the north, and epidemics spread misery. Crops failed. Villages starved. Peasants, burdened by taxes, turned to rebellion. In this atmosphere of despair, charismatic leaders rose, promising relief and renewal. The most famous of these was Li Zicheng, a former postal worker turned rebel commander. His forces swept across northern China, attracting peasants and desperate soldiers to his cause. Meanwhile, the empire's defenses faced new pressures from abroad. On the steppe and in Manchuria, the Jurchen people were uniting under strong leadership. Renaming themselves the Manchus, they built a disciplined state under Nurhaci and his successors. They organized their society into banners, military and social units that combined tribal solidarity with efficient administration. By the early 17th century, the Manchus had created a formidable power just beyond the Great Wall. At the same time, The Ming struggled to manage coastal piracy, foreign trade, and the growing presence of European powers in East Asia. Portuguese, Spanish, and later Dutch traders appeared in Chinese waters. Jesuit missionaries such as Matteo Ricci entered the Ming court, impressing officials with their knowledge of astronomy and mathematics. The Ming engaged selectively with these foreigners, but the new global dynamics complicated governance at a time when internal unity was already fragile. The court's paralysis grew dire in the final decades. The Wanli Emperor, 1572 to 1620, once promising, withdrew from active rule, neglecting official audiences and leaving decisions to ministers and eunuchs. His successors proved weak, unable to reverse the tide. Factionalism between eunuchs and Confucian scholars deepened, with purges and imprisonments replacing cooperation. As rebellion spread, the Ming military, once mighty, faltered, underfunded and plagued by corruption. Garrisons along the Great Wall weakened. Soldiers often went unpaid, deserting their posts. When Li Zicheng's rebel army advanced on the capital in 1644 CE, they encountered little resistance. Beijing fell with shocking ease. The last Ming emperor, Chongzhen, realizing the dynasty's fate, climbed to the top of Coal Hill behind the Forbidden City and hanged himself beneath a tree, ending the native line of emperors that had ruled for nearly 3 centuries. Yet the story did not end with Li Zicheng. The rebel leader's triumph was short-lived. Even as he declared himself ruler of a new dynasty, the Manchus seized their moment. Allied with a Ming general who defected, they marched through the Great Wall at Shanhaiguan Pass. Within months they captured Beijing, driving out Li's forces and establishing themselves as masters of northern China. Thus began the rule of the Qing dynasty, founded by foreign conquerors from beyond the wall. Some Ming loyalists continued resistance in the south, establishing southern Ming courts in Nanjing, Fujian, and Guangdong. For decades, loyalist generals and princes fought the Qing, but disunity and defeat eventually doomed their cause. By the 1660s, the Ming resistance had been extinguished. The mandate of heaven had passed to the Manchus. The fall of the Ming dynasty left a deep imprint on Chinese memory. It was seen as both a cautionary tale and a moment of tragedy. Scholars debated its causes. Was it the corruption of eunuchs, the complacency of emperors, the burden of taxes and natural disasters, or simply the inexorable cycle of rise and fall that had marked every dynasty before? Whatever the reasons, the Ming collapse demonstrated once again that no matter how brilliant a dynasty might be, neglect of governance and loss of the people's support would invite heaven's displeasure. Yet the Ming's cultural achievements endured long after its fall. Its porcelain remained prized worldwide. Its novels, such as Journey to the West and Water Margin, became classics of Chinese literature. And its architecture, from the Forbidden City to sections of the Great Wall rebuilt in stone, stood as lasting legacies. Even under Qing rule, Chinese identity remained deeply shaped by Ming memory, with loyalists and later patriots looking back to it as a symbol of native pride. Thus ended the Ming dynasty, not in gradual fading, but in dramatic collapse, consumed by rebellion within and conquest from without. Its fall opened the door to the Qing dynasty, the last imperial house of China, whose rulers would govern for nearly 3 centuries and carry the empire into the modern age. Qing conquest and consolidation. The fall of the Ming in 1644 CE marks not only the end of a native dynasty, but the beginning of China's last imperial house, the Qing dynasty, 1644 to 1912 CE. Founded by the Manchus, a people from northeast of the Great Wall, the Qing ruled for nearly 3 centuries, overseeing periods of expansion, prosperity, and cultural brilliance before finally succumbing to the pressures of modernity and revolution. The dynasty's rise was one of the most remarkable stories of conquest and adaptation in Chinese history. As outsiders became emperors of China, they shaped its destiny in profound ways. The Manchus had not appeared suddenly. Their roots lay in the Jurchen tribes, long inhabiting Manchuria, who had earlier founded the Jin dynasty in the 12th century, before being conquered by the Mongols. In the late 16th century, a charismatic chieftain named Nurhaci began unifying these tribes. He organized them into the 8 banners, a unique military and social system that bound families, soldiers, and administrators into disciplined units. Each banner was identified by a colored flag, and together they formed the backbone of the emerging Manchu state. Under Nurhaci and his successors, the Jurchens declared themselves the later Jin, later renamed the Qing. Nurhaci's son Hong Taiji expanded his father's conquests and formally adopted the name Qing in 1636. By blending steppe traditions with Chinese-style institutions. He built a state ready to claim the mandate of heaven. When the Ming collapsed in 1644 under Li Zicheng's rebellion, the Qing seized their chance. With the help of the Ming general Wu Songui, who opened the gates of the Great Wall at Shanhaiguan Pass, the Manchu armies swept into Beijing. Li Zicheng was driven out, and the Qing established themselves as China's new rulers. Yet conquest was not complete. For nearly 2 decades, remnants of the Ming loyalists resisted in the south, establishing southern Ming courts. Cities like Nanjing and Guangzhou briefly served as centers of resistance. At sea, the powerful family of Zheng Chenggong, better known as Koxinga, continued the struggle, even establishing a base on Taiwan. Only in 1683 did the Qing finally conquer Taiwan, bringing an end to the last major Ming stronghold. Consolidating their rule required more than military victory. The Manchus were foreigners ruling over a vast Han Chinese population. To secure legitimacy, they adopted many elements of Chinese governance. They preserved the Confucian bureaucratic system, reinstated the civil service examinations, and styled themselves as sons of heaven, performing traditional rituals. At the same time, they maintained their distinct Manchu identity. The 8 banners remained a privileged elite force, and laws forbade intermarriage between Manchus and Han Chinese. Han men were required to adopt the Q hairstyle, shaving the front of the head and braiding the rest, as a sign of submission. This policy provoked resistance, but also symbolized the new order. The Qing court struck a delicate balance. Manchu nobles shared power with Han Chinese scholar officials, ensuring cooperation. The emperors themselves were tireless rulers. Kangxi, 1661 to 1722, ascending the throne as a child, became one of the longest reigning monarchs in history. A brilliant administrator and patron of learning, he secured the dynasty's legitimacy through benevolence and military success. Kangxi personally led campaigns to suppress rebellions, stabilize the frontiers, and incorporate Taiwan. He also cultivated Confucian scholars, commissioning vast encyclopedias and maps, demonstrating that the Qing were not conquerors alone, but heirs to Chinese civilization. Under Kangxi and his successors, the Qing expanded China's borders to their greatest extent. Campaigns subdued Mongolia, bringing the descendants of Genghis Khan under Qing authority. The empire absorbed Tibet, incorporating it into the Qing realm while recognizing the Dalai Lama's spiritual authority. In the northwest, Qing armies defeated the Zhonghar Mongols, securing Xinjiang. By the 18th century, China's territory stretched farther than ever before, a vast multi-ethnic empire encompassing Han Chinese, Manchus, Mongols, Tibetans, and Uyghurs. The Qing emperors presented themselves differently to different peoples. To the Chinese, they were Confucian rulers, performing sacrifices at the Temple of Heaven. To Mongols, they were Khans of the steppe. To Tibetans, they were patrons of Buddhism. This flexibility allowed the Qing to hold together a diverse empire. Their rule was not simply foreign conquest, but a careful weaving of traditions into a new synthesis. Domestically, the Qing presided over remarkable prosperity in the 17th and 18th centuries. Agriculture expanded with the introduction of new crops from the Americas: maize, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, which could be grown in marginal lands. Populations soared, doubling and tripling over generations. Markets flourished, artisans thrived, and urban centers bustled with life. The 18th century, under emperors Yongzheng (1722 to 1735) and Qianlong (1735 to 1796), was remembered as a golden age when wealth and cultural vitality seemed boundless. The Qing also left a rich cultural legacy. Painting and calligraphy continued to flourish, blending Manchu patronage with Chinese tradition. Literature thrived with monumental works like Dream of the Red Chamber, one of China's greatest novels, capturing the decline of aristocratic families with poignant detail. Theatrical traditions developed into Beijing opera, which became a symbol of Chinese cultural expression. Yet even in their moments of triumph, challenges brewed. The strict social hierarchy favoring Manchus fostered resentment among Han elites. Population growth, while fueling prosperity, also created pressure on land and resources, leading to rural unrest. The rigid Confucian bureaucracy sometimes struggled to adapt to changing circumstances. And as the Qing expanded their empire, they stretched their resources thin, planting seeds of strain that would emerge in later centuries. For now, however, the Qing had succeeded in what few conquerors had achieved. They had not only conquered China, but made themselves its legitimate rulers. They had transformed from outsiders into emperors, commanding loyalty through both power and cultural assimilation. Their consolidation of power set the stage for both their golden century and the crises that would follow. The Qing conquest and consolidation thus stand as a pivotal moment in Chinese history. They reveal how outsiders could seize the mandate of heaven, not merely by force, but by adapting to the cultural and political traditions of China. They demonstrate the resilience of the imperial system, which absorbed conquerors into its fold. And they mark the beginning of the last great dynasty, which would preside over China's final centuries as an empire before the storms of modernity swept it away. Qing Golden Age under Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong. The Qing dynasty, having secured its rule through conquest and consolidation, entered its most celebrated period in the late 17th and 18th centuries under the reigns of Emperor Kangxi, 1661 to 1722, Emperor Yongzheng, 1722 to 1735, and Emperor Qianlong, 1735 to 1796. During this century and a half, China expanded its borders to their greatest extent, enjoyed economic prosperity, and flourished in literature, art, and philosophy. Yet beneath this brilliance lay subtle strains, social, political, and cultural, that would grow in the centuries to come. When Kangxi ascended the throne in 1661, he was only 7 years old. The empire he inherited was still precarious. Ming loyalists resisted in the south. Banditry disrupted the countryside, and the Manchu conquerors remained a minority, ruling over a vast Han Chinese population. But Kangxi grew into one of China's most capable rulers, intelligent, energetic, and shrewd. He combined martial strength with Confucian benevolence. He studied the classics, patronized scholars, and presented himself as a model Confucian emperor, thereby winning the loyalty of Han officials. Kangxi also proved a formidable military leader. He led campaigns against the powerful three feudatories in southern China, Ming generals who had initially supported the Qing but later rebelled. By 1681, he crushed their resistance, cementing Qing authority in the south. In 1683, his forces subdued Taiwan, bringing the Zheng family's maritime resistance to an end. Kangxi then turned northward, defeating the Dzungar Mongols and negotiating treaties with Russia, marking China's emergence as a power in international diplomacy. By the end of his reign, the Qing borders stretched farther than those of the Ming, encompassing Tibet, Xinjiang, and Outer Mongolia. Emperor Kangxi also embraced learning and science. Jesuit missionaries, welcomed at his court, introduced European astronomy, mathematics, and cartography. Kangxi commissioned detailed maps of the empire and sponsored encyclopedias of knowledge. His reign was marked by intellectual curiosity, blending Chinese traditions with select foreign influences. His ability to rule as both a Manchu Khan and a Confucian emperor gave the dynasty legitimacy across its multi-ethnic empire. Kangxi's son, the Yongzheng Emperor, ruled only 13 years, but his reign was crucial for administrative consolidation. Where Kangxi had ruled with charisma, Yongzheng ruled with relentless efficiency. He reformed taxation, ensuring that the state collected revenues more fairly and consistently. He cracked down on corruption, strengthened the bureaucracy, and enforced discipline among officials, though often remembered as stern and even ruthless. Yongzheng stabilized the foundations of Qing governance, enabling the prosperity that followed. It was under Yongzheng's son, the Qianlong Emperor, that the Qing reached their zenith. Qianlong reigned for more than 60 years, one of the longest in Chinese history. A patron of the arts, he sponsored vast literary projects, including the complete library of the Four Treasuries, an enormous collection of Chinese classics, history, philosophy, and literature. He supported painters, poets, and calligraphers, leaving behind a legacy of cultural richness. His court dazzled with magnificence, reflecting both Manchu heritage and Chinese tradition. Qianlong also presided over extraordinary territorial expansion. His armies campaigned in Central Asia, defeating the Dzungar Mongols and securing Xinjiang. Tibet was firmly incorporated into the Qing sphere, with Qianlong positioning himself as a Buddhist patron to legitimize rule. In the south, the Qing conquered Burma and Vietnam in tributary campaigns, while in the north they established authority across Mongolia. By the mid-18th century, the Qing Empire was one of the largest and most powerful in the world, rivaling contemporary Ottoman, Mughal, and European empires. The domestic prosperity of the Qing Golden Age was equally remarkable. Agriculture flourished with the spread of new crops like maize, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, which allowed farming on marginal lands. Population growth soared, from about 150 million in 1700 to over 300 million by 1800. Urban markets thrived. Artisans produced porcelain and textiles in vast quantities, and China became the economic giant of the early modern world. The empire's goods, silk, tea, porcelain, were in high demand abroad, fueling global trade networks that linked China to Europe and the Americas. Yet prosperity carried hidden strains. Population growth outpaced available land, leading to pressure on rural communities. Large estates once again accumulated, undermining the equal field ideals. Corruption grew, despite Yongzheng's reforms. While the court appeared brilliant, the bureaucracy strained under the weight of governing such a vast population. Qianlong himself embodied both grandeur and contradiction. In his youth, he was a vigorous and capable ruler, but in his later years, he became increasingly indulgent, relying on corrupt officials like He Shen, whose embezzlement drained the treasury. His reign saw military triumphs, but also costly wars, especially in Central Asia. By the end of his rule in 1796, the empire, though still formidable, was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Culturally, however, the Qing Golden Age remained radiant. Literature flourished with masterpieces such as Dream of the Red Chamber, an epic novel depicting the decline of a noble family with psychological depth and social detail. Art blended Manchu influences with Chinese traditions, producing court paintings that captured both imperial power and natural beauty. Theatrical traditions developed into Beijing opera, rich in color, music, and symbolism. The Qing emperors styled themselves as universal rulers, presiding over a civilization that appeared unshakable. Foreign interactions also shaped this era. European traders, especially from Britain, sought Chinese tea, silk, and porcelain, but China limited trade to the port of Canton under the Canton system. The Qianlong Emperor famously rejected British overtures for expanded trade, declaring that China possessed all it needed. His confidence reflected the Qing sense of superiority, but it also set the stage for future clashes with European powers who sought greater access. The Qing Golden Age under Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong thus stands as one of the most splendid chapters in China's history. It was a time of territorial expansion, cultural brilliance, and economic might. The emperors presented themselves as universal rulers, blending Manchu steppe traditions with Confucian statecraft, presiding over a vast multi-ethnic empire. Yet even in this radiance, shadows lengthened. Population pressure, corruption, and complacency hinted at future decline. The empire's confidence in its self-sufficiency would soon clash with a rapidly changing world. In the next century, internal rebellions and external invasions would test the Qing order as never before. For now, however, in the 18th century, the Qing Empire stood at its peak, vast, prosperous, and radiant, a golden age that seemed destined to last forever, though history would soon prove otherwise. Opium wars and humiliation. The Qing dynasty's golden age under Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong left the empire seemingly unshakable. Its borders stretched farther than ever before. Its population had doubled, its cities thrived, and its court glowed with cultural magnificence. Yet as the 19th century dawned, cracks appeared in this facade. The challenges that followed did not arise from within alone, but from a rapidly changing world beyond China's borders. The Qing, confident in its self-sufficiency, was ill-prepared for the arrival of Western imperial powers armed with industrial technology, modern navies, and an insatiable appetite for trade. The first great collision came in the form of the Opium Wars, a series of conflicts that exposed China's vulnerability and marked the beginning of what Chinese memory calls the Century of Humiliation. The roots of these conflicts lay in trade. For centuries, Europe's appetite for Chinese goods had been immense. Tea, in particular, became a staple of British life by the 18th century. Alongside tea, Chinese silk and porcelain flowed westward in great quantities. Yet China demanded little in return. The Qing emperors, confident in their empire's self-sufficiency, limited foreign trade to the southern port of Canton, Guangzhou, under the Canton system. Foreign merchants operated through licensed Chinese intermediaries, and payments were required in silver. This created a severe trade imbalance, draining silver from Europe to China. The British sought a solution. By the late 18th century, they turned to opium, a narcotic cultivated in British-controlled India. Smuggled into China despite official bans, opium quickly became widespread, especially in the South. Millions of Chinese became addicted, undermining productivity and destabilizing society. Silver began to flow out of China, reversing the long-standing trade balance. By the early 19th century, the opium trade had grown to crisis proportions. The Qing court recognized the danger. Officials decried the moral and social decay brought by opium, as well as the economic damage caused by silver outflows. In 1839 CE, the Daoguang Emperor appointed Lin Zexu, a respected and incorruptible official, to lead the crackdown. Lin acted decisively, seizing and destroying thousands of chests of opium in Canton, and writing a famous letter to Britain's Queen Victoria, appealing to morality and justice. But his actions triggered retaliation. The First Opium War, 1839 to 1842, erupted when British warships, powered by steam and armed with modern cannons, clashed with Qing forces along the coast. The technological disparity was staggering. The Qing armies, still relying on outdated weapons and tactics, could not withstand Britain's industrial firepower. Ports and fortresses fell, and the warships sailed up rivers with impunity. The war ended with the humiliating Treaty of Nanjing, 1842, the first of the so-called unequal treaties. China was forced to cede Hong Kong to Britain, open 5 treaty ports to foreign trade and residence, and grant extraterritorial rights to British subjects. Tariffs were set by foreign powers, stripping China of control over its own trade. This treaty shattered China's illusion of superiority and marked the beginning of foreign domination in its affairs. The defeat emboldened other powers. France and the United States soon demanded similar privileges. The opium trade continued to grow, and resentment spread among the Chinese population. By the 1850s, tensions flared again. The Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860, also known as the Arrow War, brought even deeper humiliation. Britain, joined by France, once again overpowered Qing forces, marching into Beijing in 1860. The invaders looted and burned the Summer Palace, a masterpiece of art and architecture, as a deliberate act of punishment. The treaties that followed forced China to open even more ports, legalize the opium trade, allow foreign missionaries free movement, and grant foreign powers the right to station diplomats in Beijing itself. The once proud empire found its sovereignty eroded piece by piece, with foreign powers carving out spheres of influence along its coasts and rivers. The Opium Wars revealed not only military weakness, but deeper systemic issues. The Qing bureaucracy, bound by centuries-old traditions, struggled to comprehend the industrial and imperial forces reshaping the world. Emperors and officials often believed China's setbacks were temporary aberrations rather than signs of fundamental imbalance. While they viewed the foreigners as barbarians who could be managed through ritual superiority, the reality was stark. The West had entered a new era of technological and military dominance. The psychological impact on China was profound. The memory of invaders burning palaces and dictating terms from the imperial capital left a deep wound in the national consciousness. It was not merely defeat, it was humiliation, a collapse of the worldview in which China stood at the center of civilization. The phrase "century of humiliation" would later be used to describe the period that began here, lasting until the fall of the Qing and the rise of a modern China. Yet even amid humiliation, seeds of reform appeared. Some officials recognized the need to learn from the West. The idea of self-strengthening, adopting foreign technology while preserving Chinese culture, began to circulate. Western-style shipyards, arsenals, and schools were established in limited fashion. But resistance from conservative officials, corruption, and limited vision hindered true transformation. The Opium Wars were thus more than military defeats. They were turning points that exposed the vulnerability of an empire that had long considered itself eternal. They signaled that the Qing dynasty could no longer isolate itself from global currents. Foreign gunboats had pried open the gates of China, and the consequences would reverberate through decades of rebellion, reform, and revolution. The century that followed would test the resilience of Chinese civilization as never before. For now, in the mid-19th century, the Qing faced a sobering truth. The mandate of heaven was no longer unchallenged by internal misrule alone, but by foreign powers whose reach extended across oceans. The age of opium and unequal treaties had begun, and with it, China's long struggle to recover sovereignty in a world transformed. Taiping and rebellions. The mid-19th century was one of the darkest and most turbulent chapters in Chinese history. Already weakened by the Opium Wars and the humiliation of unequal treaties, the Qing dynasty soon faced an even greater internal catastrophe, the Taiping Rebellion, 1850 to 1864, one of the deadliest conflicts in all human history. Alongside it came waves of uprisings, foreign incursions, and reform efforts that reshaped the empire and revealed how fragile the Qing order had become. The origins of the Taiping Rebellion lay in both social despair and religious fervor. By the 1840s, population growth had far outstripped available farmland. Famines, floods, and epidemics ravaged villages. Corruption among local officials deepened resentment. while the opium crisis hollowed out households and drained the state's finances. Amid this misery emerged Hong Xiuquan, a failed examination candidate from Guangdong, who experienced visions after encountering Christian missionary tracts. Convinced he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ, sent to cleanse the world of demons, Hong preached a radical new faith, blending Christianity with Chinese millenarian traditions. Hong's message electrified the disaffected. He promised equality of men and women, communal ownership of property, and the overthrow of the corrupt Qing dynasty, whom he denounced as demonic. In 1850, Hong proclaimed the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, with himself as the Heavenly King. His followers, tens of thousands at first, then millions, rose in rebellion across southern China. The Taiping armies moved with astonishing speed. In 1853, they captured Nanjing, renaming it Tianjin, the heavenly capital. From there, they ruled vast swaths of southern China, establishing an alternative state with its own bureaucracy, laws, and rituals. Women were allowed to serve as soldiers. Foot binding was banned. Opium was forbidden. To many peasants, ground down by hardship, the Taiping promised liberation and justice. But the movement also carried contradictions. Its leaders enforced strict religious codes, punishing dissent harshly. Hong Xiuquan increasingly withdrew into spiritual seclusion, leaving command to rival generals whose infighting weakened the cause. Still, for over a decade, the Taiping kingdom posed an existential threat to the Qing dynasty. The Qing response was slow and uncertain at first. Imperial armies, poorly led and equipped, suffered repeated defeats. The dynasty survived largely thanks to the rise of regional leaders who organized local militias. Among them was Zheng Guofan, a scholar official who raised the Xiang army from his native Hunan. Combining Confucian discipline with modernized tactics, Zheng Guofan led the long campaigns that eventually encircled Nanjing. In 1864, after brutal fighting, Qing forces stormed the city. The fall of Nanjing ended the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, but the cost was staggering. Tens of millions dead, cities in ruins, and vast regions depopulated. The Taiping Rebellion alone claimed perhaps 20 to 30 million lives, making it the bloodiest civil war in history. And it was not the only upheaval. Other massive uprisings erupted in the same period. The Nian Rebellion, 1851 to 1868, raged in northern China, exploiting the weakness of Qing control. The Panthay Rebellion, 1856 to 1873, broke out among Muslim communities in Yunnan, while the Dungan Revolt, 1862 to 1877, convulsed the northwest as Hui Muslim groups clashed with Qing armies in devastating cycles of violence. Each rebellion drained resources, deepened suffering, and revealed how fragile imperial authority had become. Amid this chaos, the Qing also faced renewed foreign incursions. The Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860, fought against Britain and France, ended with foreign troops marching into Beijing and burning the Summer Palace. The resulting treaties legalized the opium trade, opened more ports, and allowed missionaries free movement. China's sovereignty eroded further, even as the empire bled from internal war. The scale of destruction forced the Qing court to reconsider its policies. Some officials recognized that China's survival required more than suppressing rebellions. It required reform. Thus began the self-strengthening movement. 1861 to 1895, an attempt to borrow Western technology and methods while preserving Confucian foundations. Reformers like Zheng Guofan, Li Hongzhang, and Zhuo Zongtang sponsored arsenals, shipyards, and modern schools. Western-style armies and navies were built, telegraphs and railroads introduced, diplomatic missions sent abroad. The motto of the movement: Chinese learning for essence, Western learning for utility, captured its spirit. Confucian values and social order remained paramount, but foreign machines and knowledge were adopted to strengthen China's defense. Progress was real but limited. Corruption siphoned funds. Conservative officials resisted change. Reforms remained piecemeal. The new fleets and armies were impressive on paper, but often underfunded and poorly managed. Meanwhile, ordinary people saw little relief. Taxes remained heavy. Land was scarce. Natural disasters continued. The memory of the Taiping haunted society as villages rebuilt amid ruins. In many regions, local elites, rather than the central government, provided stability, marking a shift in power that weakened imperial cohesion. By the late 19th century, the Qing dynasty had survived the storm of mid-century rebellions, but at a terrible cost. The empire was physically devastated, its authority shaken, and its people weary. The Taiping Rebellion and its companion uprisings had nearly destroyed China from within, while foreign wars and treaties eroded its sovereignty from without. Yet the Qing endured, proof of both resilience and inertia. The dynasty staggered forward, attempting to reform while clinging to tradition. But the challenges were far from over. New foreign rivals loomed, new internal movements brewed, and the question of how to reconcile China's traditions with the demands of a rapidly modernizing world would define the final decades of imperial rule. Late Qing reforms and fall. By the late 19th century, the Qing dynasty was a survivor. It had outlasted the devastating Taiping Rebellion, the Muslim uprisings in Yunnan and the Northwest, and the Nian insurgency in the north. It had endured humiliating defeats in the Opium Wars and weathered the staggering social cost of famine and disease. But survival was not the same as strength. The dynasty that once claimed heaven's mandate with confidence now staggered forward under the weight of rebellion, corruption, and foreign domination. The final decades of Qing rule became a desperate struggle to reform an empire caught between the weight of tradition and the unstoppable pressures of modernity. The self-strengthening movement, launched after the Taiping defeat, represented the first serious attempt at reform. Reform-minded officials, such as Zheng Guofan, Li Hongzhang, and Zhuo Zongtang, sought to preserve Confucian order while adopting Western technology. They established arsenals, shipyards, and modern military industries. Chinese students were sent abroad to study. Telegraphs, railroads, and Western-style schools began to appear. But the effort was piecemeal and hampered by resistance from conservative officials who feared that foreign ideas would undermine Confucian values. As one court opponent warned, Chinese learning is the foundation. Western learning is mere trickery. The limits of self-strengthening became clear in 1894 to 1895, when China went to war with a rising new power, Japan. Long influenced by Chinese culture, Japan had rapidly modernized after the Meiji Restoration of 1868, adopting Western industry, military organization, and education with astonishing success. The war erupted over influence in Korea, a traditional tributary state of China. To the shock of the Qing, Japan's modern army and navy crushed Chinese forces. The humiliating Treaty of Shimonoseki, 1895, forced China to cede Taiwan, recognize Korea's independence, which soon became Japanese dominance, and pay massive indemnities. The defeat revealed to the world, and to China itself, that the empire was no longer the dominant power in East Asia. This loss intensified foreign encroachment. Western powers carved out spheres of influence, seizing treaty ports, railways, and mines. Germany took Shandong. Russia occupied Manchuria. France expanded in Indochina. Britain consolidated its hold on Hong Kong and southern China. By the turn of the 20th century, China, though never formally colonized, was effectively partitioned into zones of foreign control. The phrase "carving up the melon" captured the humiliation felt across the empire. Amid this crisis, reformers pushed for deeper change. In 1898, the young Guangxu emperor launched the 100 Days Reform, inspired by scholars like Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao. The reforms sought to modernize government, education, the military, and the economy, abolishing outdated institutions and creating a constitutional monarchy. But the movement was short-lived. The emperor's formidable aunt, the Empress Dowager Cixi, saw the reforms as a threat to imperial authority. Backed by conservative officials, she placed the Guangxu emperor under house arrest and rolled back most reforms. The dynasty lost another chance at genuine transformation. Discontent boiled over into violence. In 1900, northern China exploded in the Boxer Uprising, a grassroots anti-foreign movement fueled by resentment of missionaries, economic exploitation, and foreign arrogance. The Boxers, martial arts societies, believed that spiritual practices could make them invulnerable to bullets. Their slogan was simple: support the Qing, destroy the foreign. They attacked missionaries, Chinese Christians, and foreign enclaves. For a brief moment, the Qing court, led by Cixi, supported the movement, hoping to harness popular anger. The gamble proved disastrous. An alliance of 8 foreign powers, including Britain, Japan, Russia, Germany, France, the United States, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, sent troops to Beijing. The 8-nation alliance crushed the Boxers, looted Beijing, and imposed the Boxer Protocol, 1901. China was forced to pay an enormous indemnity. Foreign troops were stationed in the capital, and its sovereignty was eroded further. The humiliation was profound, and the Qing's legitimacy sank to new lows. Still, the dynasty clung to life. After 1901, even Cixi recognized the need for reform. The Qing launched late attempts at modernization. New schools replaced the examination system. Modern armies were organized. Railroads expanded. Plans for a constitutional monarchy were announced. Provincial assemblies were established, giving elites a taste of political participation. But it was too little, too late. The burden of indemnities, combined with decades of misrule, left the treasury drained. Peasants continued to struggle under heavy taxes and land scarcity. Revolutionary ideas spread among students and intellectuals, many of whom studied abroad. One of the most influential was Sun Yat-sen, a physician educated in Hawaii and Hong Kong, who advocated for a republican revolution to overthrow the Qing and build a modern nation. His ideas, the 3 principles of the people, nationalism, democracy, and people's livelihood, found eager audiences among disillusioned Chinese. By the early 20th century, secret revolutionary societies plotted uprisings across China. In 1911, a mutiny among soldiers in Wuhan sparked a chain reaction. Provinces declared independence from Qing authority, and the revolution spread rapidly. The Qing court, desperate to save itself, called on its last capable general, Yuan Shikai, to suppress the uprising. But Yuan, sensing the dynasty's weakness, negotiated instead. In early 1912, the last emperor, the child Puyi, was forced to abdicate. After more than 260 years, the Qing dynasty ended, and with it over 2 millennia of imperial rule in China. Sun Yat-sen briefly became provisional president of the new Republic of China, symbolizing the nation's break with its imperial past. The fall of the Qing was more than the end of a dynasty. It marked the collapse of the imperial system itself. For centuries, dynasties had risen and fallen in cycles, but the throne had always been passed to another emperor. Now the very idea of imperial rule was rejected. China entered a new and uncertain era, one of republics, warlords, revolutions, and experiments with modern nationhood. The Qing dynasty's decline and fall stand as both tragedy and transformation. Tragedy in that corruption, conservatism, and foreign humiliation destroyed one of the world's greatest empires. Transformation in that its collapse cleared the way for modern China's turbulent rebirth. From the ashes of the Qing would rise movements that redefined the nation. First the Republic, then revolution, and finally the struggle for a new identity in the 20th century. Republican experiment. The collapse of the Qing dynasty in 1912 CE was more than the fall of a dynasty. It was the collapse of an entire political order that had endured for over 2,000 years. For centuries, emperors had claimed the mandate of heaven, and dynastic cycles had turned. But the throne itself had seemed eternal. Now, for the first time in history, China stood without an emperor. In his place came a bold but fragile experiment, the Republic of China. It was an experiment that began with hope, but soon sank into uncertainty, division, and struggle. The Revolution of 1911, known as the Xinhai Revolution, was not the work of one battle or one leader, but the culmination of decades of discontent. Secret societies, reformers, and students had long called for change, outraged by Qing weakness in the face of foreign powers, and humiliated by defeats in the Opium Wars and the Sino-Japanese War. When a bomb accidentally exploded in a revolutionary safe house in Wuchang, Hubei province, conspirators were exposed and mutinous soldiers rose in open rebellion. That spark set provinces across China aflame. Within weeks, local assemblies declared independence from the Qing court. By early 1912, the dynasty had no choice to abdicate. At the heart of this revolution stood Sun Yat-sen, later revered as the father of modern China. Born to a peasant family in Guangdong province and educated abroad in Hawaii and Hong Kong, Sun was shaped by both Chinese tradition and Western ideas of democracy and nationalism. He envisioned a new nation guided by his 3 principles of the people: nationalism to free China from foreign domination, democracy to establish accountable government, and people's livelihood, a call for social justice and economic reform. Though abroad during the initial uprising, Sun returned to be chosen as provisional president of the fledgling republic in Nanjing. Yet Sun's power was fragile. Revolutionary fervor alone could not secure control over China's vast territory. The decisive figure in these early days was Yuan Shikai, a seasoned Qing general who commanded loyal armies. Without Yuan, the Qing court might have resisted abdication. To preserve unity, Sun made the fateful choice to step aside, allowing Yuan to assume the presidency. The Republic of China was born, but its foundation rested on compromise and ambition. Yuan Shikai soon revealed his true intentions. Though he accepted the republican title, he ruled in an increasingly autocratic manner. He dismissed parliament, curtailed freedoms, and in 1915 proclaimed himself emperor of a new dynasty. The move provoked outrage across the nation. Provinces rebelled. Intellectuals denounced him. Even his generals withheld support. Isolated, Yuan died in 1916, leaving the republic leaderless. What followed was not unity, but fragmentation. China entered the warlord era, 1916 to 1928, a time when regional military strongmen carved out territories, ruling as miniature monarchs in all but name. Beijing remained the nominal capital, but presidents and governments there held little real power. Armies clashed, borders shifted, and for millions of ordinary Chinese life became a cycle of conscription, taxation, and uncertainty. Farmers worked their fields under the shadow of whichever warlord soldiers patrolled the region that year, while merchants paid levies at countless checkpoints. Yet even as politics crumbled, culture awakened. In 1919, the May 4th movement erupted, when students in Beijing protested against the Treaty of Versailles, which transferred German concessions in Shandong to Japan, rather than returning them to China. The protests became a symbol of national humiliation, but also of new possibility. Intellectuals demanded science, democracy, and cultural renewal. They questioned Confucian traditions, calling them shackles of the past, and embraced ideas from the West. Liberalism, socialism, anarchism, and eventually communism. Out of this intellectual ferment, new parties emerged, including the Chinese Communist Party, 1921, which would later change China's destiny. Meanwhile, Sun Yat-sen struggled to revive his nationalist party, the Kuomintang, KMT. Though pushed from power by Yuan and the warlords, Sun refused to abandon his vision. He built a base in southern China, sought foreign support, and in the 1920s forged an alliance with the Soviet Union. Under Soviet guidance, the KMT restructured as a modern party and army. Sun's dream of national unification lived on, even as his health failed. He died in 1925, leaving his movement to his protege Chiang Kai-shek. In the late 1920s, Chiang launched the Northern Expedition, a campaign to defeat the warlords and reunify the nation. His armies marched from Guangdong through central China, sweeping aside rivals and bringing provinces under KMT control. By 1928, a measure of unity was restored, and the capital was established at Nanjing. For the first time in years, China seemed poised for stability. This period, known as the Nanjing Decade, 1928 to 1937, brought fragile order. Railways expanded, industry grew, schools multiplied, cities modernized with electric lights and cinemas. Intellectual life flourished, and new literature and art reflected both hope and disillusionment. Yet the republic's stability was thin. Rural China remained mired in poverty, with peasants burdened by taxes and tenancy. Corruption plagued the nationalist government, and Chiang's rule became increasingly authoritarian. The alliance with the communists unraveled quickly. Fearing their influence, Chiang launched a violent purge in 1927, massacring thousands of communists in Shanghai and driving the survivors into the countryside. There, under leaders like Mao Zedong, the communists rebuilt their movement among peasants, laying the foundation for a long and bitter civil war. As if internal divisions were not enough, foreign threats loomed. Japan, modernized and ambitious, eyed further expansion. Already in control of Korea and Taiwan, Japan seized Manchuria in 1931, creating the puppet state of Manchukuo under the figurehead Puyi, the last Qing emperor. Protests swept China, but the nationalist government, still consolidating power, was too weak to resist effectively. The shadow of Japanese aggression hung over the republic, and within a few years it would plunge China into full-scale war. The Republican experiment was thus marked by contradiction. It promised nationalism and democracy, but often delivered fragmentation and authoritarianism. It sought modernization but struggled against entrenched poverty. It dreamed of unity but fell prey to warlordism, civil war, and foreign invasion. Yet it also gave birth to the intellectual and political movements that would define modern China: the nationalists, the communists, and the reformers who debated the nation's future. In these decades of turmoil, China searched for a new identity. The Republic was not a failure in the sense of collapse. It endured in one form or another, but it was a fragile and painful birth, the difficult beginning of China's long struggle to remake itself as a modern nation. The empire was gone, the mandate of heaven broken, and in its place was a republic, uncertain of its future but determined, in its own way, to survive. Rise of the CCP and Civil War. The birth of the Republic of China in 1912 had promised unity, democracy, and strength. Instead, the first decades of the 20th century were marked by warlordism, foreign encroachment, and fragile governments that struggled to command real authority. In this vacuum of power, two great movements emerged, destined to shape China's modern history: the Nationalist Party, Kuomintang or KMT, and the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. Their uneasy alliance, bitter rivalry, and long civil war would dominate the country for decades, drawing the line between competing visions of China's future. The Kuomintang, KMT, founded by Sun Yat-sen and reorganized in the 1920s with Soviet support, sought to unify the nation under a centralized government. Sun's three principles of the people: nationalism, democracy, and people's livelihood, remained the guiding ideals. But Sun's death in 1925 left leadership in the hands of Chiang Kai-shek, a military commander with a pragmatic and authoritarian temperament. Chiang's goal was order and modernization, but he placed stability and central control above democratic ideals. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was founded in 1921 in Shanghai by a small group of intellectuals inspired by Marxism and the Russian Revolution of 1917. Among its early members was a young librarian from Hunan province named Mao Zedong. The CCP's founders believed China could be transformed through socialism, equality, and the empowerment of workers and peasants. Initially small, the party grew in influence through its alliance with the KMT, during the Northern Expedition of 1926 to 1928, a campaign to defeat warlords and reunify China. But unity soon gave way to betrayal. In 1927, fearing communist influence, Chiang Kai-shek ordered a violent purge in Shanghai, massacring thousands of communists and leftists. The fragile alliance collapsed, and the survivors of the CCP fled into the countryside. There they began to develop a new strategy. Instead of relying on urban workers, Mao and others argued that China's revolution must be rooted in the vast peasant majority. This insight, radical in a Marxist context, would become the foundation of the Chinese Communist movement. The following years saw bitter conflict between nationalists and communists. The KMT established its government in Nanjing during the Nanjing Decade, 1928 to 1937. On the surface, China entered a period of relative stability. Railways expanded, industries grew, modern institutions appeared in the cities, foreign concessions bustled with international trade, while universities fostered a lively intellectual life. Yet beneath the surface, corruption plagued the nationalist government. Rural poverty deepened. Warlord remnants still wielded local power. Meanwhile, the CCP retreated to remote regions, organizing peasant soviets and guerrilla bases. The most famous of these was the Jiangxi Soviet, where Mao Zedong and Zhu Dai built a peasant-based revolutionary army. The communists experimented with radical land reforms, redistributing land to peasants and challenging traditional hierarchies. This earned them grassroots support, even as nationalist campaigns sought to encircle and destroy them. In 1934, under relentless pressure from Chiang's forces, the CCP abandoned Jiangxi and embarked on the legendary Long March. Over the course of a year, communist forces trekked thousands of miles across mountains, rivers, and deserts, pursued at every step by the nationalists. Of the roughly 80,000 who set out, only a fraction survived to reach the remote base of Yan'an in Shaanxi province in 1935. The Long March became a defining myth of the CCP, a tale of endurance, sacrifice, and revolutionary destiny. It also cemented Mao's leadership as his vision of a peasant-based revolution gained ascendancy within the party. As the two sides fought, a greater threat loomed. Japan, already entrenched in Manchuria after 1931, expanded its aggression in 1937, launching a full-scale invasion of China. Cities fell in rapid succession. The fall of Nanjing in December 1937 brought the infamous Nanjing Massacre, in which Japanese troops slaughtered civilians and committed atrocities that shocked the world. The invasion forced the KMT and CCP into a temporary alliance, the Second United Front, to resist the common enemy. Yet even during the war against Japan, 1937 to 1945, mistrust remained. The KMT bore the brunt of conventional fighting, while the communists expanded their influence through guerrilla warfare in the countryside, recruiting peasants and establishing new bases. By the end of World War II, when Japan was defeated in 1945, the communists had grown from a marginal movement into a formidable political and military force with millions of supporters. The uneasy truce collapsed almost immediately after the war. In 1946, full-scale civil war erupted between the nationalists and communists. At first, the KMT seemed stronger, with larger armies, foreign recognition, and control of major cities. But corruption, inflation, and poor morale undermined their strength. The communists, disciplined and supported by peasants, gained momentum. Their promises of land reform and social justice resonated with millions who had suffered under warlords, landlords, and occupation. By 1949, the communists had won. On October 1, Mao Zedong proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China from the Gate of Heavenly Peace in Beijing. Chiang Kai-shek and the remnants of the KMT fled to Taiwan, where they established a rival government that would endure for decades. The victory of the Chinese Communist Party was both military and ideological. Mao and his comrades claimed not just to have seized power, but to represent the will of peasants and workers, the masses who had borne the weight of centuries of exploitation. The party promised land reform, equality, and a new society free from the corruption that had plagued previous regimes. Yet turning revolutionary vision into reality required remaking China at its very roots. People's Republic under Mao. The first years of the PRC focused on consolidation. The communists inherited a war-torn land. Cities lay in ruins. Inflation raged. Millions were displaced. The new government moved swiftly. Land reform redistributed vast estates, from landlords to poor peasants. Landlords were publicly denounced in mass struggle sessions, sometimes executed, while peasants received plots of land for the first time. For many, this was liberation. For others, terror. The reforms destroyed the centuries-old landlord system and reshaped rural society. The CCP also worked to establish political control. The state was organized along Leninist lines, with the party at its core. Mass organizations for women, youth, and workers brought millions into the orbit of the new order. Opposition parties were suppressed or absorbed. By the early 1950s, the CCP had eliminated most political rivals. The country was united under one-party rule, with Mao as its paramount leader. Foreign policy followed revolutionary ideals. In 1950, China entered the Korean War, sending troops to aid North Korea against United Nations forces led by the United States. Though costly in lives, the war boosted China's prestige, demonstrating its willingness to confront foreign powers and defend socialist allies. It also cemented China's alliance with the Soviet Union, which provided aid and expertise in the early years of Reconstruction. Domestically, the PRC launched ambitious programs of industrialization. The first five-year plan, 1953 to 1957, emphasized heavy industry modeled on Soviet planning. Steel, coal, and machinery production expanded, while urban factories rose from the ruins of war. At the same time, health campaigns targeted diseases. Literacy drives spread education. Women were granted new rights under the 1950 marriage law, which outlawed arranged marriages and gave women greater autonomy. But Mao was not content with gradual progress. Convinced that China could leap ahead, he launched the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1962, a radical campaign to transform the economy and society. Private farming was abolished. Peasants were organized into vast people's communes, where land, tools, and labor were shared. Backyard furnaces sprouted across villages as people attempted to produce steel in makeshift smelters. The vision was to outpace Western economies in a few short years. The results were catastrophic. Unrealistic production targets, poor planning, and the disruption of agriculture led to widespread famine. Grain was requisitioned for the state even as villages starved. Between 1959 and 1961, Tens of millions died in what became one of the deadliest famines in human history. The Great Leap Forward revealed the dangers of utopian zeal, but criticism of Mao remained muted. His authority, though shaken, endured. In the mid-1960s, Mao launched another radical campaign, the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976. Alarmed that China was drifting toward bureaucracy and capitalist tendencies, Mao called on the youth to rise up and purge society of old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas. Students formed militant groups known as Red Guards, who attacked teachers, officials, intellectuals, and even ancient monuments. Schools and universities shut down. Chaos swept cities. Millions were persecuted. Many intellectuals were sent to the countryside for re-education through manual labor. The Cultural Revolution tore at the fabric of Chinese society. Families were divided, communities destroyed, trust eroded. Yet for Mao, it was a reaffirmation of revolutionary spirit, keeping the nation in a permanent state of ideological struggle. For a decade, China lived through upheaval, only slowly emerging from the turmoil in the early 1970s. Amid these domestic convulsions, China's foreign relations shifted. The alliance with the Soviet Union collapsed in the early 1960s, leading to border clashes. Isolated internationally, China surprised the world in the 1970s by reaching out to the United States. Mao and Premier Zhou Enlai welcomed President Richard Nixon to Beijing in 1972, an event that transformed global politics. The meeting marked China's re-entry into the international system, breaking decades of isolation. Mao Zedong died in 1976, ending an era. To his supporters, he was the revolutionary who restored China's pride, unified its people, and broke the chains of imperialism and feudalism. To his critics, he was a ruler whose radical campaigns brought immense suffering, famine, and chaos. In truth, his legacy was both the architect of a new state and the source of immense upheaval. The People's Republic under Mao was an age of transformation. Ancient structures of landlord and emperor vanished forever. A new China was built, not yet prosperous, often unstable, but undeniably changed. Mao's rule left scars and foundations alike. Scars from the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. Foundations in the form of industrial capacity, expanded education, and a centralized state that could embark on reforms after his death. When Mao passed away, China stood at a crossroads. The revolutionary age was over, but the question of what path the nation would take, whether to remain in isolation or to embrace reform and opening, was just beginning to be answered by his successors. Reform and opening under Deng Xiaoping. When Mao Zedong died in 1976, China was exhausted. 3 decades of revolution, famine, and political campaigns had left the nation scarred and weary. The Great Leap Forward had cost tens of millions of lives. The Cultural Revolution had torn apart communities, paralyzed education, and plunged society into chaos. For many Chinese, the promise of socialism had delivered more hardship than prosperity. Yet the structures of a new state were in place. Land reform had ended the landlord system. Industry had been established. The Communist Party had cemented its grip on power. The question was no longer whether the revolution had succeeded. It was what China would become next. The man who emerged to answer that question was Deng Xiaoping, short, pragmatic, and famously blunt. Deng had been purged twice during Mao's campaigns, only to return each time with resilience. Unlike Mao, Deng was not a utopian visionary. He was a realist who believed that ideology must serve the practical goal of improving people's lives. His most famous saying captured his philosophy: "It doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice." In 1978, after the brief interlude of Hua Guofeng's leadership, Deng consolidated power within the Communist Party. He did not discard socialism, but redefined it. China would remain under one-party rule, but its economy would open to markets, competition, and foreign trade. This shift was called reform and opening up, Gage Kaifang, and it became one of the most consequential transformations in modern history. The first reforms began in the countryside. Farmers were allowed to leave the communes and return to family-based farming under the household responsibility system. Families contracted land from the state, kept part of their harvest, and sold the surplus in local markets. Productivity soared. For the first time in decades, rural households had incentives to work efficiently, and food shortages eased. Urban reforms soon followed. State-owned enterprises were gradually given more autonomy, while private businesses and township and village enterprises emerged. Special economic zones, SEZs, were created in coastal cities like Shenzhen, where foreign investment was welcomed with tax breaks and fewer restrictions. Factories sprang up, producing goods for export to the global market. China, once closed and isolated, became a workshop for the world. The results were dramatic. Incomes rose, poverty declined. Consumer goods, bicycles, radios, watches, later televisions, spread into ordinary homes. By the 1980s, cities buzzed with markets selling everything from clothing to electronics. The rigid austerity of Mao's China gave way to a new vibrancy of commerce and opportunity. For millions, life improved in tangible ways. Culturally, the opening brought fresh air. Universities reopened. Students returned to classrooms long closed during the Cultural Revolution. Literature, art, and music flourished with new themes, as writers explored both the wounds of the past and the hopes of the future. Foreign books, films, and fashions trickled in, sparking curiosity and debate. The intellectual climate shifted from revolutionary fervor to cautious exploration of modern ideas. But reform carried tensions. In 1989, student protests in Tiananmen Square called for greater democracy and an end to corruption. The crackdown that followed shocked the world, leaving hundreds, perhaps thousands, dead and silencing political dissent. Deng and the party reaffirmed their commitment. Economic reform would continue, but political liberalization would not. Through the 1990s, reform deepened. Deng, though aging, pushed ahead with bold moves. His southern tour in 1992 reaffirmed China's path toward markets and growth, silencing conservatives who doubted the reforms. The economy surged, with growth rates averaging near 10% per year. Coastal cities became global hubs of manufacturing, shipping goods worldwide. China's vast labor force, combined with foreign capital and technology, fueled an industrial boom unmatched in scale. Yet reform was not without costs. Inequality widened between coastal cities and inland provinces, between rich and poor. Corruption grew as officials exploited opportunities in the new economy. Environmental degradation accelerated, with rivers polluted and air darkened by coal smoke. Migration from countryside to city uprooted millions, creating both dynamism and dislocation. Deng Xiaoping died in 1997, but by then, his vision had irrevocably reshaped China. He had steered the nation away from Maoist isolation and ideological campaigns toward pragmatic modernization. His legacy was paradoxical. He preserved one-party rule while unleashing markets. He opened China to the world while maintaining strict control at home. The reform and opening era under Deng was a turning point. It ended the cycle of radical upheaval and ushered in decades of rapid growth. China, once poor and inward-looking, began its rise toward becoming a global power. The foundation was laid for the transformations of the 21st century, when China would stand not as a victim of foreign powers or a land fractured by civil war, but as one of the world's central actors. From Mao's revolutionary fervor to Deng's pragmatic reforms, China had traveled far. The 20th century had remade the nation, but the story was not yet complete. Ahead lay new challenges: how to balance growth with stability, openness with control, tradition with modernity. The answers to these questions would shape the China of today. China's rise in the 21st century. By the turn of the millennium, the changes unleashed by Deng Xiaoping's reforms had already transformed China. Villages that once depended on subsistence farming now sent young workers to factories. Coastal cities such as Shenzhen, once fishing towns, had exploded into skyscraper jungles. Markets brimmed with consumer goods, and the rhythms of daily life bore little resemblance to the austere years of Mao. But what came next? The full arrival of China as a global power in the 21st century was even more dramatic. In 2001, China joined the World Trade Organization, WTO, cementing its integration into the global economy. Factories multiplied across Guangdong, Zhejiang, and beyond, producing clothing, electronics, toys, and machinery for export. Ships carrying Chinese-made goods sailed to every corner of the globe. By the late 2000s, China had become the world's factory, and its foreign currency reserves soared. The rapid urbanization that accompanied this growth was staggering. Hundreds of millions migrated from countryside to city, the largest human movement in history. The skyline of cities like Shanghai, Beijing, and Guangzhou rose as symbols of this transformation. In Shanghai, the Pudong district, once farmland, sprouted gleaming towers crowned by the Oriental Pearl Television Tower, and later the Shanghai World Financial Center. Beijing, preparing for the 2008 Summer Olympics, built futuristic stadiums like the Bird's Nest and the Water Cube, presenting to the world an image of a modern, confident China. With economic growth came rising influence. By 2010, China had surpassed Japan to become the second largest economy in the world, behind only the United States. Its military, long underfunded, modernized with new ships, aircraft, and missiles. Its companies ventured abroad, investing in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Projects such as the Belt and Road Initiative, launched in 2013, aimed to revive the ancient Silk Roads with modern infrastructure linking Asia, Europe, and Africa. Daily life too changed rapidly. Mobile phones, once rare, became ubiquitous. Internet companies like Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu grew into giants, reshaping commerce, communication, and entertainment. Online shopping, digital payments, and instant messaging became central to modern life. A generation of young Chinese came of age, connected not only to each other, but to the global digital world. Yet the 21st century rise was not without challenges. Rapid growth came with costs. Environmental pollution darkened skies and poisoned rivers. Inequality widened between coastal cities and inland provinces. Corruption within the Communist Party threatened public trust. Leaders sought to address these challenges with campaigns for a harmonious society and anti-corruption drives. But balancing prosperity with stability remained a delicate task. Politically, the Communist Party maintained strict control. While economic reforms opened markets, political reform did not follow. Dissent was carefully managed, and challenges to party rule were swiftly silenced. For many citizens, however, rising living standards outweighed demands for democracy. Stability and growth became the pillars of legitimacy for the party. In the post-Mao era, China's new global role also reshaped perceptions. For centuries, Chinese history had oscillated between unity and fragmentation, strength and humiliation. In the 19th century, the empire had been carved up by foreign powers. In the 20th, it had been divided by civil war and revolution. But in the 21st century, China stood once again as a great power competing on the global stage. Its rise brought pride to its people, but also unease abroad. As nations grappled with the implications of a resurgent China, the transformation was not just material, but psychological. Where once the narrative of the century of humiliation dominated, now a new story emerged, that of national rejuvenation. Leaders spoke of restoring China to its rightful place in the world, not as a victim of imperialism, but as a central actor in global affairs. Skyscrapers, high-speed trains, and space missions to the Moon and Mars became symbols of this ambition. At the same time, China remained rooted in its past. Ancient traditions continued alongside modern life. Families gathered for Lunar New Year feasts. Confucian temples were restored. Taoist and Buddhist practices endured. The story of China's rise was not simply one of modernization, but of continuity, where the threads of an ancient civilization wove into the fabric of a new global age. By the early 21st century, the arc of Chinese history had come full circle. After centuries of struggle, imperial decline, foreign invasion, revolution, and famine, China had re-emerged as one of the world's central powers. Its path was not without contradictions, but its resilience was undeniable. The great cycles of unity and disunity, rise and fall, humiliation and revival, had carried China through millennia. Now, in the age of globalization, China once again stood at the forefront of history, shaping the century to come. Reflections on continuity and change. As the 21st century unfolds, China stands as a nation transformed, yet still deeply tied to its past. From the earliest Neolithic villages along the Yellow River, through the dynasties of Qin and Han, the golden ages of Tang and Song, the invasions of Mongols and Manchus, the turmoil of the Republic, the revolutions of Mao, and the reforms of Deng, the story of China has been one of endurance through change. Few civilizations can claim such continuity across 5,000 years. Yet few have experienced such cycles of collapse and rebirth. Looking back across this long sweep, patterns emerge. Again and again, dynasties rose with vigor, consolidated power, expanded territories, and presided over flourishing culture. And again they declined under the weight of corruption, rebellion, or foreign invasion. The Qin unified China, but fell swiftly. The Han built a lasting foundation. The Tang dazzled with cosmopolitan brilliance before fracturing. The Song nurtured culture, but succumbed to conquest. The Ming restored pride, yet collapsed under internal weakness. The Qing expanded to unprecedented size, only to falter in the face of modernity. The pattern was not one of simple repetition, but of renewal. Each collapse cleared the way for transformation. Each crisis forged new identities. At the heart of this continuity has been the idea of China itself. Dynasties fell, rulers changed, but the concept of a unified civilization, the Middle Kingdom, remained. The mandate of heaven, whether claimed by Han emperors, Mongol Khans, Manchu rulers, or revolutionary leaders, expressed a belief that authority must be justified by the welfare of the people. This idea, born in antiquity, shaped imperial legitimacy and still echoes in the present, where stability and prosperity remain central to political life. China's history also reveals a constant interplay between openness and resistance. Along the Silk Road's foreign goods and religions, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity entered and mingled with native traditions. Dynasties like the Tang thrived on cosmopolitan exchange, while others turned inward, wary of outside influence. In modern times, the Opium Wars forced unwanted openness, bringing humiliation. But in the 21st century, openness through trade and technology has become a source of strength. The dance between integration and autonomy continues as China balances participation in the global system with a determination to protect its sovereignty. Culturally, the legacies of past ages endure in striking ways. Confucian ideals of hierarchy, family loyalty, and education still shape daily life. Taoist notions of harmony with nature inform aesthetics and philosophy. Buddhist compassion threads through art and ritual. Even the revolutionary 20th century, which sought to break with the past, could not erase these currents. Instead, they resurfaced, adapted to modern contexts. In the high-speed trains of today, the poetry of Tang poets is still taught. Lunar New Year remains the most important holiday, a reminder of the living continuity between past and present. The modern rise of China invites reflection on this long history. After the century of humiliation, when foreign powers carved concessions and dictated treaties, the nation's revival as a global power feels to many like the restoration of historical balance. The skyscrapers of Shanghai and the space missions to the moon are not only achievements of the present, they are expressions of a civilization that has endured storms, rebuilt itself countless times, and carries within it the memory of millennia. Yet challenges remain, as they always have. Environmental pressures, demographic shifts, and global rivalries test China's path forward. The questions are no longer those of dynastic legitimacy or nomadic invasion, but of sustainability, technology, and global integration. Still, the resilience of Chinese civilization, its ability to absorb shocks, reinvent itself, and emerge renewed, offers clues to its future. In this sense, the history of China is both ancient and ongoing. It is the story of farmers who tilled the Yellow River Plain, emperors who built walls and canals, poets who sang of love and loss, monks who carried sutras across deserts, generals who defended frontiers, scholars who debated in candlelight, and millions of ordinary people whose labor and dreams sustained dynasties. It is also the story of revolutions, factories, students in protest, and engineers designing satellites. Across all these changes, the thread of continuity holds. A civilization always in motion, always remaking itself, always enduring. As we close this journey through 5,000 years, what remains most striking is not just the grandeur of dynasties or the brilliance of inventions, but the persistence of a people and a culture that has weathered every storm. The China of today is not identical to the China of the Han, Tang, or Ming, yet it carries their echoes in every festival, every poem, every shared memory of greatness and survival. In the end, the history of China is a testament to time itself, vast, cyclical, and unbroken, like the flowing rivers that have nourished its people since the beginning. And as the 21st century unfolds, that river still flows forward, ever forward, carrying with it the memory of ages past and the promise of what is yet to come. And so our journey through the long history of China reaches its quiet end. We have traced 5,000 years together, from the first farmers along the Yellow River to the rise and fall of dynasties, to the revolutions and transformations of the modern age. Each age carried its own light and shadow, its own triumphs and tragedies. Yet through them all the thread of continuity endured. Tonight that thread has guided us across centuries, and now it gently leads us back to the present. As you listen, let the pace slow. The noise of battles, the bustle of markets, the voices of emperors and poets, allow them to drift away, fading into the background. What remains is the steady rhythm of time itself, a flow that has carried China through collapse and renewal, loss and rebirth, again and again. That rhythm is not rushed. It is patient, like water moving over stone, like wind passing through bamboo groves. Take a moment to notice your own breath rising and falling, as steady as the turning of dynasties. The past has been vast, but here in this quiet moment, it narrows into calm. Imagine the silence after a long journey. Lamps dimmed, streets empty, only the whisper of night air brushing past. History too can rest. The people who lived through these centuries, farmers, artisans, scholars, soldiers, each faced their own struggles, their own hopes. We carry their memory not as a burden, but as reassurance. For if they endured storms, rebuilt from ruins, and found beauty amid hardship, then so can we. Their resilience speaks across the ages, reminding us that time heals and that renewal is always possible. So let the vast sweep of China's story settle into stillness. Feel the centuries dissolve into the hush of the present. There is no need to hold every detail, only the gentle assurance that history is long and life, like dynasties, rises and falls, always flowing forward. Now allow your eyes to soften, your body to rest, your mind to drift with the quiet current of time. May the echoes of history fade into dreams, carrying you toward peace.